come in. Those words coming from you.
Yo. Oh, hey. My fucking head looks weird. What is that? Hmm. Yeah, it's because I need a white hat. Yeah. Um, what cranks? I was trying to, look, every time I start trying to fuck around with the crank content, like, adding new shit, the show starts later and later. So, I was trying to get started early tonight. I didn't want to fucking get stuck on a fucking crank odyssey. Check out this video though. Like it's pain in the ass because like the cap cut right is like it kind of sucks at like cutting out the individual figures. So I have to do that on the fucking on the Mac software and then fucking import the new photos over into the CapCut. It's a giant hassle. Like if I could just do it on CapCut, it'd be a lot easier. Oh, hold on a second. Let me just post this. You know what? Actually, I want to fucking get started here. Let's watch Rania. You want to watch Rania? Actually, no. Let's watch fucking. Instead of warm up, let's watch Rathbone's video. I debated the world's smartest Zionist. That sounds great. That sounds awesome. Can't wait. Oh, you got another questions? All right, all right, all right, cool. Um, had a headache all fucking day. Finally went away. So, I'm not gonna fuck with it. Let's see. Okay. That's it. What are you doing? Hold on, I'll start over.
Fuck! Oh my god!
Is that me?
Shit. Fuck!
Dude, I've definitely done something like that
Oh my
before.
god! Shit.
Oh man. Yeah, dude. I can't tell you how many times I fucking, like, one thing I feel guilty about, and it was like, it was an accident, right? I had, I was like, when Eloise was little, we were coming home from the museum somewhere, and, we stopped, there was like a Five Guys or something that we stopped at, and yeah, that was great, dude. You don't have to use a fucking no questions asked for something like that. No questions asked is for when it's something that's going to annoy me and I won't want to watch. Um, like a fucking Simp Daddy clip or something. Um, we got out of the car. Oh, what's up, everyone? I didn't say hi to anybody. Um, I got out of the car and I parked in the back and I don't know if they were closing for some reason. I was in a rush. I mean, I think I had to pick Maureen up at the subway stop or something. But I was like holding her and running, and you know how like there's like the pavement sometimes when it's like one side sticks up and you fucking stub your toe on it. I fucking hit that and went flying. I was holding her, so I kind of tried to like roll in the air. So I ended up like mostly taking the brunt of the fall, but still like she got hurt, and I felt really bad about it ever since. And luckily, I didn't like she didn't really get hurt. Um, that's pretty good. That's all I did. The only time I ever like injured my kids. I feel like. um, Yeah, I didn't, dude. I fucking didn't wake up this morning, so Maureen went to Mother's Day brunch without me. She doesn't seem to be too mad, so Yo, Kushites. What up, what up, what up, what up? Yo, yo, yo,
Act stupid to get
yo. You know I
shooting.
can't turn this off.
Act stupid to get
This is
shooting.
annoying me, but
Act stupid to get
let me
shooting.
fucking post this. You guys watch this.
Act stupid to get shooting. Act stupid to
He's like this important thing, right? This is like there's two things happening right now. It's like the end of hegemony and birth of a multipolar world and alien visitation, right? Is how he phrased it. I guess that's, sure. Then I heard some other podcasts right afterwards, and somebody was saying something similar about like, organizing now, via the Palestine or whatever, because shit's coming, right? Like there's gonna be a fucking calamity at some point in the near future, and this is what I've always thought, right? Like this is not gonna last much longer, and when it does, there's gonna be people vying for power. You know, we need to be fucking set to like, a foregone conclusion. So yeah, thinking about kind of can merge the two. Get the aliens on our side. Like, what's wrong with this? kept up with Haiti. Like I haven't, not in the last day or two. Why? We watched something about it the other night. Um, well, yeah, like I don't know. It's hard to say. Like it's a tall order what I just described there. But like um, if the version of the fucking phenomenon that I'm starting to come into, starting to come into focus with like these like fucking radar towers and like fucking tools talking about with the fucking radio waves, right? I think there's some truth to that. I think that there's been I think they've been sort of antagonistic, like, elements of the deep state or whatever. Um, Obviously they know that there's some sickos running the show here, right? That's a foregone conclusion, right? But mm, invading Haiti, well, yeah, you know, Kenya's doing it. Kenya's gonna be our proxy. That's what they do. They were trying to get a black country to do it for us. So it was going to be Brazil. No, it's not. And then it's going to be Nigeria. I think Kenya is the latest one I've heard. So it'd be like a not UN. It's not a UN mission because UN's got bad history there. But it's going to be Kenya. It's effectively being like a mercenary unit working for the US. So they send them there. Yeah, Kenya. That Kenya. Um, I guess they're hoping that like Kenya's not gonna be the Kenyan soldiers won't have a hard yeah, it's not a peacekeeping mission. It's just effectively you know a US mission, but somebody else doing it for us. Um because they say that they can't govern themselves or whatever, right? That's the story is like, oh, there's fucking monkey people, they can't take care of themselves. They need fucking West to come in there and set them straight. It's all lies. It's completely fabricated. It's just like when you are constantly disrupting any kind of organizing activity on the ground, of course, like the worst people are going to rise to the top, sure. Um, but that's not even clear that that's what's going on. It's like if they talk about somebody on TV, that there's probably a good chance that person's good, you know? From what I can tell, like people who are actually on the ground, I know like I don't know if it was Mint Press or that dude Dan Cohen was there for a while. He was interviewing a bunch of these people who are supposedly dangerous gang members, and they seem pretty chill, like pretty normal, like community focused, like you know, the type of people who would do a good fucking grassroots type, you know, self-governing effort, right? Um, who knows though? I think Brandon, I think he would like to, but I think that their fucking image is like in tatters globally right now, especially in the developing world. So I think they're trying to like fucking play it cool for a little while longer. There's been supposedly a bunch of cargo ships, not cargo ships, C-130s have been landing there. No, Kenya is an option. No, Kenya's, from what I've heard, Kenya is the fucking, that's who they're going to go to. Kenyan soldiers are going to land in Haiti in sometime in the near future, and they're going to fucking take over the government. Or, displace whatever power structure they have there now. Which, like I said, is neighborhood based, self governing, whatever. Um, I don't know, like the lady we heard the other day, she was, I forget her name. She was from Black Alliance for Peace, was talking. She was saying that the cargo missions have already started, so she thinks it's going to be very soon. But I don't know. I think that'd be insane to risk doing that now while this genocide is ongoing and the whole world is like, oh my God, stop fucking genociding. Maybe Brandon thinks like he created enough distance between him and the Israelis with his little fucking show off. Oh, I'm not gonna give him the fucking offensive weapons or whatever bullshit he was saying. I don't think so, but I guess he thinks that. They didn't really seem. There's not like a I mean, there's not a it's not like Mao, right? There's not like a fucking, it's not like a thing where they need to like displace the ruling class, right? Like, ruling class is all fucking foreign, you know, or they are Haitians who are, you know, they live in Florida and Haiti or whatever. Who's this? Yo, what up?
Act stupid to get stupid. Act stupid to get stupid. Act stupid to get stupid.
What up, yo?
Act stupid to get stupid.
You just heard
Act
this, so
stupid to get stupid. Stupid to get stupid. Stupid to get stupid.
what up? What's going on?
Stupid to get stupid. Act stupid to get stupid.
Maybe 20% too long. What up, yo? How was the stream? What's going on? Yo, 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 yo. Fucking cushy. Hooking up Lizard Lounge. Like to see it. Cool. Have the best stream. Where are you going? You leaving? Did you hear that Swedish people gave max points to Israel? Yeah, I saw that. She didn't win though, right? The voter, I saw like some Zionist fucking post today that was like, yeah, just 5 less gunshots, exactly. Yeah. All right, later. Thanks for the raid. It was like, oh, fucking Twitter's not the real world. Eurovision is, except for the jury, who are fucking Hamas or something like that. All right. Let me put on this Rathbone thing. Thanks, Cushy. This is a good selection right here. Garrett talks about his viral coffee slam. Nice. All right.
Say we want to attack
Yeah.
Israel.
Look, Jeff, I'm gonna open up a thing called a book, and I'm gonna.
I mean, I don't want
read,
the
and I'm
fucking
gonna
Israeli to
learn.
win. No, of course not. I don't know why they're even in the competition. Like, the shit that they were doing to Russia last year was, like, horrible. They shouldn't have done any of that. But since they did do it, you don't want to pretend to keep any kind of consistency. Because, Jesus. Like, the case against fucking Israel is significantly stronger than the case against Russia. But, you know, whatever.
And I'm gonna make an informed statement afterwards. Because what you just said.
What Jeff is saying is that, you know, it's obviously the Palestinians' fault. If they hadn't elected Hamas,
We shouldn't
Hamas
even
was
be
just
in the fucking
prone to
contest.
terror. These people that are being occupied, that are living in squalor, they just didn't bootstrap themselves. They didn't do enough. These people that are under what is considered by international law an illegal occupation and an act of aggression, and they're considered legally as prisoners of war. These people who are virtual slaves did not do enough inner self-work, and that's why they're in the
It's true.
position that they're in. That's why Israel has a right to ethnically cleanse and genocide.
not even
That's
in
why they're
Europe.
being slaughtered by the tens of thousands right now.
Second of
because
all, I thought they
should
were
have
Middle
worked on
Eastern.
themselves.
I
It's
thought
really
they
their
were
fault when you
indigenous
think
and
about it.
shit,
So
right?
that's
What
cool.
happened?
That is not even true according to
But, you know,
Israeli
my point is that it's not even true according to all. Just let it play.
officials themselves who were
I
operating.
heard someone say it
at
was the
the
most
time
successful
that you're speaking
decolonial
on.
project
It's not
in
even
history.
true according to the U.S. government that Hamas chose terror. According to the head of Israel's version of the CIA, the Mossad, the head of the Mossad, Ephraim Levi, observed in 2008, quote, They, Hamas, are ready and willing to see the establishment of a Palestinian state in the temporary borders of 1967. They know that the moment a Palestinian state is established with their cooperation,
I don't think she
they will
won.
have to adopt a path
No.
that could lead them far from their original ideological goals. That is the head of the Mossad speaking.
It was a German
in
guy won, or he was in
literally
the finishing,
the
right?
Israeli government's CIA. A 2009 study by a U.S. government agency called the United States Institute of Peace Special Report, literally a Washington, D.C. think tank, concluded that Hamas had been, quote, carefully and consciously adjusting its political program for
that one
years
bothers me less.
and had sent repeated signals that it is ready to begin a process of coexisting
because
with
it's like
Israel. Just a few months before.
It's harder. You know, it's harder to qualify through Europe. So, okay, you know, fine.
For Operation Cast Lead, which was
Swiss
a
artist
devastating,
Nemo.
high-tech, murderous bombing
I think
camp.
I liked that one. We looked at literally every contestant last night. And I kind of regret doing it, but I think that one wasn't that bad. Oh, let me find the playlist.
Campaign implemented by Israel in the Gaza Strip, also an illegal war crime. Khalid Mashal, the head of Hamas's Politburo.
I mean, you're sort of like saying blissful peace. Like, you're trying to be diplomatic about this, but you're literally just defending a genocide. You're defending an apartheid state. You know, it's like saying, I believe that the Nazis have a right to exist. I'm sorry. I think that Germany under Nazi rule has a right to do the things that it's doing. I'm sorry, but they just have a right to do that. You are a deeply unserious person. You're defending an apartheid. You know, you're defending the apartheid policies of an ethno-state, committing war crimes, human rights abuses, and violations. What is considered to be the supreme criminal act in all the land, the act of aggression. So there is no, you know, again, blissful peace. You're saying the Nakba was bad. I was disagreeing with your definition of Israel as a settlement. Well, you know, you're going to have to take that up with international law. You're going to have to take that up with the United Nations, the International Court of Justice. You'll have to take that up with the actual founders of Zionism. You'll have to take that up with the Israeli government officials themselves. You'll have to take it up with entities like the Jewish Colonization Association, the JCA, which was pivotal in settling the land of Palestine for the Zionists. You'll have to take that up with all sorts of people like Lord Balfour. You'll have to take that up with the wartime hawkish cabinet of Lloyd David George, the British Prime Minister, who
literally all of them
the implementation of the Zionist project in the land of Palestine. You'll have to take that up with Theodore Herzl, literally the founder of Zionism.
Yeah, one state is the only
crucially
option,
and
exactly.
presciently laid out the policies of the Zionist project and admitted in writing that the Zionist
someone must have
movement
made a
was
list.
settler colonial project.
Here, someone must have made a playlist with the winner in the right order, because this is. This guy got second. This is third. Just the Ukrainian one. Oh yeah, the Ukrainian rapper. FBI, open up! Yo, did you see the cop who pepper sprayed himself? And this is the German guy. No, it's not German. Must be the French guy? Oh, I read that the fucking German guy got third. Yeah, okay, yeah, France. This one's terrible. This is the Israeli girl.
Everything is black and white. Who's the fool who told
The cop looked
you
like Porky
boys
Pig. Yeah,
don't
yeah.
cry? Hours and hours and powers. Life is no
Oh, look at that,
game,
boobs.
but it's ours while the time goes.
This is the Irish girl. I thought she was alright. She gets sixth. I'm not doing this again. Okay, look. I remember the Austrian one I liked. I forget. Look, let me know when they're doing Ghostbusters covers, okay? Then I'll tune in. Seriously.
You'll have to take that up with Vladimir.
That would be sick, dude, if they had every country had to do a Ghostbusters remix.
Another Zionist leader who acknowledged that Zionism is a colonization adventure. That is a virtual quote. You'll have to take that up with David Ben-Gurion, literally the founder of Israel. Okay, the first prime minister of Israel. Someone who, if there was no David Ben-Gurion, maybe there would be no state of Israel. That's how crucial he was. When he says that they are stealing the land of the Palestinians, I mean, he openly admits this, and I've gone over it extensively in my videos. I wish that you would go take a look at these videos and learn, okay? You want to see the video itself? David Ben-Gurion himself.
Zionism most definitely
Here's the video.
is the belief that all Palestinians should die, and you guys prove this day in and day out.
I really hope you go watch it
I've
so
been
you can learn.
continuously noticing about this crowd is they have to play on people's ignorance. In the video, she doesn't show you the definition of Zionism. She just lies directly to your face and tells you it is something that it's not.
Oh no, please tell me that Jeff Mead is not going to do a quick Google search of the definition of Zionism.
So this
click
is
on
in
the first
response
link,
to this guy saying that I disagree that Israel is classified as a settlement, even though by all accounts that's what it is.
and call it a day.
Her and many others like her know.
Oh my
people
God, dude,
actually
who
go
fucking
look up the
cares? These
information,
people
don't
like-
just blindly believe her, so then she can get away with it.
This is what the Zionists do now, because it's like they can't fucking actually win anything substantive, so they just try to like pivot to like, you fucking misrepresented this thing. You said this thing somewhat wrong, you know? It's so annoying. Where? New follower? I don't see no new followers.
Actually look up the definition of
Oh, is
Zionism.
it Rathbone?
For originally the reestablishment and now the development and the protection of a Jewish nation in what is now Israel. That's it.
No, that
So let's
wasn't
see
it.
what else she had
Why
to
did you
say.
stop? You didn't say
Right
the whole.
before she talks about us.
Why didn't you read the rest of the definition? It very clearly says it was established as a political organization in 1897 under Theodore Herzl and was led by Chaim Weizmann. This is the extent of Jeff's research. He types a word into Google and clicks the first link and calls it a day. World's most average liberal try not to avoid the material reality and give attention to the actual policies on the ground, which is what international law calls for. Challenge impossible. Jeff, this is going to sound absolutely wild to you, I know, but for real research, we have things called books. Books. In books, you can learn, and you can learn context, and you can find quotes written by the actual leaders of the Zionist movement who were referenced in the definition that you just read. The leader of the Zionist movement,
Steely
Theodore
Dan
Herzl,
Whelan?
for example, wrote in his diary in 1895, "We must
I wanted to look at that
expropriate
Albini
the
thing
private
later. That Jacobin article.
property. Both the process of expropriation and the removal of the poor must be carried out discreetly and circumspectly. This is the material policies of the Zionist movement as elucidated by the leader and founder of the Zionist movement, Theodore Herzl, in 1895, in no uncertain terms, describing what amounts to a human rights violation and a war crime. Here's another early Zionist leader, Vladimir Jabotinsky, who said,
Okay, well here's the thing. You're saying you're condemning the savagery by both the IDF and Palestine. Okay. Well, here's the thing you don't understand is that under international law, violence committed by the oppressed is a protected human right, and violence by the oppressor is not, okay? You have two social groups in question. And this is the part that you need to get over this hump, okay? You have to just it sucks, but you just have to realize that the violence of the oppressed is qualitatively different than the violence of the oppressed. oppressor. Any reprisals under international law. Now, don't make this about me, because it's not about me, and it's not about any of these handles that you're talking to right now in the chat. It's not about any of the chatters. We are talking about international law. We were talking about the standards and principles expressed in the UN Charter in accordance with the Geneva Conventions of 1949, which prosecuted the Holocaust. These are all standards set in post-World War II. This is what we have all signed on to. And in accordance with international law, reprisals born against the occupying force are the fault of the occupier under international law, okay? So if you don't like that, you should go take it up with the UN. Plead your case to the UN, I implore you. Go to the International Court of Justice. Talk about it with them. Reprisals born against an occupying force are the fault of the occupier. Under international law, Israel has no right to claim self-defense in occupied territories. That's just an incontrovertible, uncontroversial fact. If Israel wishes to claim self-defense against quote-unquote Hamas rockets, then it will cease its occupation, which is a violation and an act of aggression in accordance with international law. Once they vacate the occupied territories and lift the imposing harsh siege and blockade of the Gaza Strip, as well as the West Bank, then at that moment, if reprisals continue, then legally, Israel might in fact have a case to make in invoking its right to self-defense, but not while it's occupying territory, okay? There is no justification for Israel, and if you want to cry about the civilian life that has been lost on October 7th, then you focus your ire, your frustration, your anger, and your critique against the Israeli government, which perpetuates this, okay? You want to feign like history started on October 7th when we know that back in May of 23, the UN was making reports about how this would be the deadliest year for Palestinians in recent modern history. Because up until that point, something like 110 civilians were murdered by the IDF. And by the time October 6th, okay, the eve of October 7th, the IDF had murdered 240 Palestinians, 40 of which were children. But do you hear that? So it's okay for the Palestinians to quietly suffer, okay, is what you're saying. But when the corporate media apparatus, when they pipe up about violence, it's always going to be the violence that is done to Israel, to paint the picture in your head, to induce your consent to these murderous, genocidal impulses of the Israeli government, which has always articulated that their grand strategy was to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, to create the state of Greater Israel. So making this about me or one of the other chatters in here is not an argument, okay? Because we have the historical record on our side, we have the facts, we have the primary source evidence. So if you don't like what's happening, I implore you, you can do a quick Google search and type in UN Resolution 242 and give that a perusal at your leisure so that you can read what is the actual international community saying about this conflict. And oh, by the way, they said it well before you were born. It's almost as if there's a mountain of literature and evidence, primary source document in the historical record, which has gone over this extensively. It is not as if this is a mystery. This is all out in the open. Everyone knows what is going on, so you can pull your head out of your ass any day now. 7 months into a genocide, stop defending Israel. Liberals try not to both sides a genocide challenge impossible. I mean, you might as well just say that, you know, this is what's so crazy, is if you take any other, liberals will always oppose every genocide except for the present one. Every genocide past, future, except for the present one, okay? Because they have no problem acknowledging that the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto, no liberals are saying, well, I condemn the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto for using indiscriminate violence against their Nazi oppressor. I mean, clearly that was wrong. No, you don't hear that because people understand 80 years later there is no
Unelectable
justification for
Airwaves
violence.
says one time Homer had a piece of food stuck to his face for 3 days, and it wasn't little either, it was a
It's the same
chicken
thing
wing.
of saying, like, well, there's slaves and there's slave masters. I mean, that is literally what the power differential is, okay? Slaves and slave masters. Yes, it's an analogy. It's not perfect, but if it was perfect, it would cease to be an analogy. It's an analogy. Condemning slaves and slave masters for violence just means you are a deeply unserious person, that you don't understand that there are qualitative differences differences between the motivations and the morals of the oppressed people using violence compared with the oppressors using violence. Okay, they're done for completely different reasons, and I don't know what you expect Palestinians to do. You just expected the Jews to just march into the crematoria? Said, yep, okay, sure thing, boss. Let's go. Let's get on with it. But violence on either side will just lead to more violence. See, you're literally, you have the smoothest of brains. None of this is wrinkling your brain right now. You're just doubling down. You're a double down clown. You would rather there be no October 7th, and you would just rather the Palestinians just quietly go away. Have them starve to death. As long as it's out of sight, out of mind, I don't have to hear about it. Because up until October 7th, 2023, you didn't have an opinion about this. That's right. Violence is what got more awareness. Exactly. You know, it's like saying that we shouldn't have fought the Nazis because that's just going to lead to more violence. Let's let them keep ethnically cleansing and genociding the Jews. What's the big deal? If we try to fight against the Nazis, well, there's just going to be more violence, and all violence is bad, and so we're bad. We're just like Nazis, basically. Tell me that you don't understand geopolitics without telling me. I mean, you're absolutely a deeply, deeply unserious person.
Because all violence is bad.
No, all violence is not bad. Not even fucking Gandhi would agree with you, and he's a fucking pacifist. I'm not defending Gandhi, okay? I'm just saying. Not even the global institutions, which deal with this directly and have dealt with it for decades, agree with what you're saying. Anyway, I think this person is blissfully ignorant. Could use a healthy dose of my TikTok page. What do you think? The Oslo Accords would have been ideal, right? Yeah. The Oslo Accords, which never actually acknowledge the Palestinians or the Palestinian state. Right. This is exactly what I'm saying. It's like you're not serious. You have no idea. Like literally, according to Israeli government officials themselves, the Oslo Accords were a farce. Were literally designed to establish control over the Gaza Strip and the West Bank without actually having to put military boots on the ground. Exactly. It dissolved the apartheid. Like, how is there no apartheid in South Africa right now? Okay. How would you like to see this? What's your big idea for the Look, I'm for your side. That's somebody that's not on your side. Okay. They have not fully. I mean, it's just. It seems so elemental, but it escapes them. You know, it's like, how do you not read? How do you not understand, essentially, that the solution to this problem is to give people their human rights? You have, like I say, I mean, I know this sounds wild, but Israel should just stop committing a genocide. Israel should stop its illegal blockade. This is what's so crazy. Like, what's your big solution? Oh, I don't know. Israel could follow international law. Israel could be
that's
not in violation of international law. Israel could follow the resolutions and accord by them. UN Resolution 242. I said, go look it up. Nothing's changed since you started this conversation. You're only doubling down on your big L, all right? Israeli oppression. Like, what are you talking about?
This guy's Swedish?
You're an absolute buffoon. Israeli oppression in the middle of them. It's like, the Nazis are being oppressed. I mean, make it make sense, folks. The slave masters, we need to hear them out too, okay? Stop oppressing the slave masters. You have been summarily refuted, okay? Now you're getting it. Israeli oppression of the Palestinians should, in fact, stop. And once that stops, then we can talk about, you know, the right to defend oneself. Remember, under international law, the Supreme Criminal Act of Aggression carries with it, now I'm quoting, okay? Stick with me. I'm virtually quoting verbatim the Geneva Conventions of 1949. The Supreme Criminal Act in all of the land is the act of aggression, which carries with it the accumulated evil of the whole, okay? So consider World War II. The criminal act of aggression was committed by the Nazis. Everyone agrees. When the Nazis invaded Poland on September 1st, 1939, when they annexed parts of Austria, okay? These were all acts of aggression, which carry with it the accumulated evil. What does that mean? That means all the reprisals that came against Nazi Germany were also the fault of Nazi Germany. That's how the act of aggression works. Now, applied to Israel, the international community agrees that ever since 1967, Israel is also guilty of its criminal act of aggression in many facets of ways, mind you, as expressed in UN General Assembly Resolution 3314 from 1974. Which outlines, establishes, defines, and really was passed because of Israel's actions. They felt the need that they needed to pass another resolution which went over, just again, the definition of aggression. And they gave 7 different instances of aggression. And every single instance of aggression condemned by the International Court of Justice, Israel is guilty of. Ever since 1967, they have been
Certainly appears that way.
legitimate in the eyes of the international community, at least formally. Now, I would argue well before then, since its creation But international community standards, the international consensus in the world today is that ever since 1967, it has been in violation of international law. Okay, for some of the worst shit that a country can do. How do you defend that? How are you both siding this unilateral domination and coercion instigated by Israel over the Palestinian people? How are you also blaming the victims in 2024? Like, are you that spineless, or are you just that misinformed? Have you not risen or graduated from the cognitive level of sense perception?
Oh, that guy was here last night.
Of your world that you have
That Bristol
not
Peace
figured this
guy.
out yet. Once that stops, only will Hamas go. Again, you just have no understanding. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're saying once the slaves stop revolting, then the slavery will end. Show me one precedent in the historical record. Show me one example. Otherwise, you're making your vibes-based analysis. You're in your feelings. You have no idea what you're talking about, okay? Zero understanding.
Yeah.
You can't
watch
even
Ben's
find me an
video.
example in the historical record where what you're saying is actually, proven to be true. And also TLDR, by the way, it's just too much. Like, you lost me. Once that stops, I read the first 7 words. I don't need to see anymore, okay? Because you still just don't understand fundamentally what's happening.
I'm building
no
up
investigation, no right to speak, okay? I'm sure you're a scholar of international law. I'm sure you pored over all the documents relevant to this case. You are a baby brain. You came to the right place, okay? Because these are the words that you need to hear. So you can develop a few more wrinkles in your brain so you can develop that frontal
I have like
lobe,
quite a buildup.
It's not fully, it's like a fucking canoe right there. It's like a canoe and then it dips up, and you obviously have enough to like motor skill to like type out words, right, and use a phone. So that's, I mean, kudos to you for that, for sure.
Okay, these two. And I have one of like regular shrimp too somewhere. And I still have all my leftover acid from the Aphex Twin concert 2 years ago. Or more than that, a long time ago. I have, it's in my drug box. Actually, this is not my drug box, my drug desk. Women's breast dates from the early 50s. Male intimate cosmetic surgery emerged from the shadows about 10 years ago, with medical community still very suspicious and reproachful. The present paper aims to describe and discuss like looks maxing?
Let's take it away.
No, this is a drugs opposite of drug free. Operational definition. What? Dude.
Would you then?
She was like, the other night, she was like yelling at me, and she was like, "What, you mean you don't have any drugs in that whole desk?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? It's my drug desk. Of course I have drugs in my drug desk. What are you kidding me?" And she didn't know what to say.
Condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th or not?
I don't condemn Palestinian armed resistance.
They will never, ever condemn that massacre. How dare they even speak?
You don't give a damn what Hamas did to those innocent Israelis.
A lot of what we heard are lies.
President Biden has now come out and said that he's not going to allow a large number of American weaponry to be used.
If America
is that guy from Zaka?
Shame on them.
You know, it's very easy to understand.
Yo, it's Emily.
Why people like him have such an implacable desire to eliminate Hamas, isn't it?
They're not oppressed people. We're
talking about billionaires.
Billionaires,
October
really?
the 7th is entirely justified because it's oppressed people. And as
I didn't say that. You are
what are you
putting
talking about,
words
dude?
in my mouth.
Where do the Hamas billionaires live?
I don't know if there's a Hamas billionaire.
All I'm actually doing is asking you very simple questions, and
Look,
your
Pierce,
failure to answer them is very illuminating.
Just because the Hamas leadership was smart enough to do some insider trading, you know, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Is it even insider trading? You know? Like, if your actions cause the stock price to go down, is that insider trading?
Shelling has been reported in Hamas's last major stronghold
Yeah, no, I don't condom hummus.
of Rafah, despite President Biden's repeated warnings against an Israeli offensive there. Biden's
Just
now
asking
said that
leading
the US will
questions.
stop supplying some weapons to Israel if it pushes into the city, which is refuge to 1.4
This is
million
like Piers is like
one right-wing.
It's like you know, I respect the job he's done in the last few months with this. It's like nobody else is doing it, so you know, it's like one of those low-hanging fruit situations. But like, he's revealed himself to be like so disingenuous because it's like one night he's arguing the fucking good side, and the next night he's arguing the bad side. You know, he doesn't care.
Israeli minister posted on X, Hamas hearts Biden.
Hamas.
Critics say the remarks undermine the chances of a ceasefire deal by reducing Israel's leverage.
It's
Others
like
say
what I
half
say
time
all along,
for the
dude.
United States to take a stand.
I mean, I'm sure other people have been saying it too, but I know for a fact that I've been saying it. Fucking the trying to placate this far right Zionist faction is a losing fucking proposition because it's never enough. Never enough. Just like the people who love cops and the people who fucking, you know, hate immigrants or whatever. You can never appease them. And you can't. It's like, listen to any of those people talk about like, you know, like that border security bill that they had a few weeks ago, a few months ago, right? All those people, when it's like, it would have been a fucking atrocious policy, and those people were like, oh yeah, it didn't go far enough, blah, blah. Same thing with the cops. All these people think that like, oh, cops have all been defunded. We need to protect them, blah, blah, blah. Not, you know, either not understanding how like cops aren't on their side either. What? Oh yeah. They used to do that to the Soviet Union too. Whenever there's a socialist project, or you know, not to say that Hamas is socialist, but like they will compute the funds that the government itself has and say, oh, the leader of the government has that money, you know, because they don't recognize the government.
So what are the chances of a ceasefire deal to end an increasingly brutal war and bring the remaining hostages home? Well, joining me now is the Lebanese-American commentator Rania Khalek, Israeli-American commentator Emily Schrader.
Stop calling her a
British-Iranian
commentator.
lawyer Elika Lebon. Well, welcome to all three of you.
Emily's a fucking paid propagandist. Stop acting like she's just a fucking tweeter, you know?
Let's start with you, Emily, if I may. Significant
Yeah, I've been talking about
by
this
the
shit
President
since
of the United
2011.
States,
Yeah, exactly.
who says that America will not be supplying Israel with a lot of the heavy weaponry that they would normally do because they don't think they should be going into Rafah in the way that Prime Minister Netanyahu says he's going to do.
Who's this Alicia lady?
Well, I think that the decision by
Elika?
President Biden is extremely problematic. Of course, not just for Israel, but for the United States as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's good on Piers, though. This is a nice, nice
to be
lineup
cutting
he's got
off
there.
Israel, who is battling against Hamas, not the Palestinian people, at a time when Hamas, which with the backing of the Islamic Republic of Iran, is carrying out senseless.
Is she going to be like the both sides Andy, and Rani's going to get to Hassan her?
Terrorism against innocent Israeli civilians and is still holding hostage American citizens, multiple American citizens. He's not deterring anyone, and he's not really saving any lives in Gaza either. If the United States really wants to see an end to this conflict, then there needs to be much more international pressure on Hamas to agree to a deal, which Israel put on the table, and to dismantle and disband Hamas from being able to control the Gaza Strip, because that's the only way that the Israeli society is going to see
a bunch of stickers,
security and
but I don't know how to use them.
That we won't see a repeat of October 7th, which Hamas has stated repeatedly that they will do again and again and again.
No. Stop lying.
Rania Khalek, you've been at...
They always misrepresent that. First of all, I don't know how often they're saying that, but they should be saying it. Yes, we're gonna keep trying to free ourselves. Yes, that's what when you like keep people captive, they will continuously try to break free. Yes.
Some of the protest encampments we've been seeing in America, obviously in recent weeks. But what do you think of the situation now, which feels like whatever happens, we're heading to the end game here with this war on Hamas? Israel say we're going to finish the job, we're going to take out every last remaining Hamas terrorist. But of course, many people have a deep concern that if they do this in Rafah, which is a massive refugee camp at the moment, then many thousands of civilians more are going to get killed.
Well, it appears you're right about that. I mean, this is 7 months of genocide we've been witnessing that continues to unfold. And what's happening right now is Israel has destroyed most of Gaza. They've forced 1.3 million people into Rafah, where they told them to shelter. It's supposed to be a safe zone, but they've been bombing it and killing people there anyway. And if we look at what else they've done to the rest of Gaza, they've completely blown up entire apartment blocks. They've dismantled every single hospital in Gaza, including at 2 of them, El Shifa and Al Nasser Hospital, where they summarily executed hundreds of people,
what are you yawning
including
for?
doctors and patients, and threw them into mass graves. They've destroyed every
sad or angry,
university
change your appearance.
in
That's
Gaza.
true. Yeah.
600,000 of the 1.3 million Palestinians sheltering in Rafah right now
Like
are children, who, by the way, every single day are.
I saved a bunch of fucking like I was saying about on Apple, it's really easy to cut out the fucking picture, you know, the subject of the picture. So like all my alien AI pics, I have a bunch of them where I pulled the alien off and saved it as the sticker, but now I don't know how to export the sticker. I want it to show up in my photos so I can use them on the CapCut, and it's not doing it, so I don't know how to fix that. Annoyed. Spent hours like fucking going through all of them, picking out the best ones, and I can't get them off of there.
Dealing with starvation because Israel has put them under a complete siege.
I want to be able to just like put them in my videos, you know, like I want to get to the point where like I can like hide them in the videos and like have like, oh, who spotted the alien on that video, that kind of thing.
Really outrageous that 7 months into this, we are still even having a debate about whether this is okay to be doing. This
Look
is
at
a
Emily fucking
genocide
smiling. Look at
being
Emily
carried out
smiling.
against a
On that
defenseless
point,
population.
okay, on that
and
point-
if Israel's allowed to continue into Rafah, we're going to see a bigger bloodbath than we already
Well,
have.
we're certainly going to see a lot more bloodshed. There's no question of that. On the question of genocide, what Israel say and what their supporters say.
On the question
and
of
what I'm sure Emily
genocide.
would say is if Israel was genuinely perpetrating genocide,
Oh my
it
God,
has the
Piers.
tools to kill every single person in Gaza.
Piers,
and
stop
it
being a
hasn't done
fucking
that,
dunce,
has no
dude.
intention of doing that.
Oh my God.
However,
Yeah, because you didn't fucking nuke them, therefore you're not genociding them. That's such a dumb argument. It's just like they rely on their audience being so fucking stupid that they try to fucking pass that off as a coherent analysis. Yeah, because they didn't kill them all instantly, therefore they're not doing a genocide. It's so fucking stupid.
if you want to talk about genocidal intent, Hamas has made it crystal
iMovie
clear
state that
they
to
do
get
want the
involved with.
elimination of.
It depends on what you're doing. Like I end up using a bunch of different ones. Like I use like CapCut for like, you know, for the videos every night. For my work stuff I usually use whatchamacallit? I use iMovie for that sometimes, or I'll use Clipchamp, has a nice editing software. I guess CapCut's probably the best. It has the most free features. And I use Canvas sometimes too, like for work stuff. I mean, it all, like I said, it depends on what you're doing with it. I guess CapCut's probably the best overall, or it's free. For simple editing for a beginner, I mean, are you familiar with like Mac software? I mean, it's kind of daunting at first, but you pick it up pretty quickly. Just play around with the templates on CapCut. See if you can fuck with that. I wouldn't pay money for iMovie or anything, but if you already have a Mac, okay, yeah, so don't bother with iMovie. Yeah, just try CapCut. See if you can get that to, yeah.
Of Israel. And in fact, after October the 7th, the official spokesman came out and said, we want to do it again and again and again. So there is clear genocidal intent from Hamas, isn't there?
Well, Piers, I have a list here of all of the genocidal statements by high-level Israeli officials that the South Africans did a very good job of presenting a case about
Clipchamp.
at the ICC.
Clipchamp is the one that like, it's not the native TikTok one, but I think it must be the same publisher or something. It has like a lot of capabilities and it's like very easy. It's just, it's a lot easier to do on your phone. I'll say that much, right? Like on the PC, like on the computer, it's a little bit harder. But yeah, if you're doing it on your phone, definitely Clipchamp. Or I'm sorry, CapCut. I think Clipchamp is a little bit easier to use on the computer, but on your phone or an iPad, I would definitely use CapCut. Whoa.
Conclude that, yeah, but hang on. They didn't actually conclude it was genocide yet. So my question to you is not actually about that. It's whether you believe that Hamas has genocidal intent, which they began on October the 7th in that horrendous manner, and which they have repeatedly said they wish to continue. Do you accept that is genocidal intent?
I just don't accept the premise. Israel is a settler colony that is committed to stealing as much land as possible with as few Palestinians on it as possible. Israeli leaders have always said that.
I don't want to push on it.
Carrying out right now. Well,
I'm not going to ask you again. I just wonder. You have mentioned. Hang on.
I just want to finish.
I understand, but you were the one that mentioned genocide repeatedly. So I'm just simply asking whether you think that Hamas, with its behaviour and with its stated, you do not think they are genocidal.
I mean, I think the Adobe stuff is too.
Am I allowed to actually answer? Or are you gonna stop me from answering?
Well, you just answered. You said no.
What you're saying is essentially saying, well, am I allowed to say any more? I just get to say no, and that's it. Because what you're talking about here is a group of colonized people. Well, these are a group of colonized people who are fighting against a settler colonial entity that seeks to eliminate them. I'm not going to sit here and call Hamas genocidal, just like I wouldn't call a slave revolt in the U.S. against plantation owners genocidal. Just like I wouldn't call Algerians fighting the French colonizers genocidal.
I hear you. Before I go to Elika, though, just one final question for you. Okay,
I want to see what this Elika girl's all about.
This is a question I've asked many people for many months. Would you then condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th or not?
Don't do it, Rania.
I don't condemn Palestinian armed resistance groups, just like I wouldn't condemn slaves shooting at their plantation masters. Apparently, a lot of you would. I wouldn't condemn Nat Turner's rebellion.
Rania, I have to tell you, Rania.
Elika, I think you called her.
I have to tell you, Rania, that is why I asked everyone that question. Because sometimes people just say...
But here's, it's a distraction.
No, hang on.
It's a distraction.
Hang on. And
she's
people
right.
like you just brazenly say, no, I don't condemn a mass terrorist attack and the slaughter of 1,200 people. Fine.
I can't believe he brought her on.
Made your position clear.
That's crazy.
Fine, I get it.
Fighting their occupiers
but that's
and
why
colonizers. No, you're changing the wording and you're weaponizing terms and
hang on, everybody.
Let's hear what Elika has to say.
Emily,
Come on.
How is that resistance?
I'm simply saying, Rania, when I get
oh God, she's going to have great takes, I bet,
I should stop asking that question. That is why I asked.
Yeah.
Because the answers can be very eliminated.
Let me bring in
Elika Lebon. Let me bring in Elika.
Yeah, do you condemn fucking John Brown and Nat Turner?
I have said from the start of this whole thing that it's horrendously complicated. And that's before you even get into the history of the conflict leading up to October the 7th. So I make no bones about it. It's just to Elika Lebon. I make no bones about how complex this is, how difficult it is, and I'm under no illusion this all gets fixed quickly afterwards. It won't be. It's horrendous.
What's up,
what is your assessment of where we are here, though?
Well, look,
I don't know. It's a good question.
These are false equivalencies. These are comparisons that cannot be made because we're talking about slaughter of a civilian population. You cannot compare it to a slave uprising against slave masters because you're talking about people that are culpable in that instance, right? You can't say women and children are culpable for that. There's never been a time where that has been justified in history where, anybody goes and takes and murders children, babies, civilians. By that logic, therefore, all of us, right, are vulnerable to the same type of attacks. We are on native land. Why shouldn't we as civilians all then be slaughtered, raped and murdered because we are part of this?
In typical American fashion, too, the Southerner backlash was amplified because the Union let them get away with it, right? I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side. Yo, what up? Needs a ball gag for Mother's Day? Yeah, right. Shows how stupid the label of terrorist has gotten. Yeah, right. What? Who said that? No one. They didn't. So they let them you know, the fugitive slave law and all that stuff, and the new states coming in, made them significantly more lax on abolition because they were like giving in to the Southerners who were doing the cry bully thing, much like we're seeing from the Israelis now, right? Like, oh, fucking, they hurt us, so we gotta fucking, you know, mutilate them and destroy any kind of like, you know, nascent liberation movement they have.
Organizing entity, right? So there has to be a distinction that is made between, as they say, the state apparatus versus civilian life. And I think my assessment of this whole thing, which I think becomes so
Dude, she has this accent, so it's gonna make her sound smarter than she is, because this is a pretty fucking basic bitch take.
frustrating over time is that there isn't this mutual blame or mutual responsibility being placed, right? We see these operations, what's happening in Rafah, but there's never this
I'm just
kind
translating
of like,
it into
you know,
non-British.
Hamas is doing this, like Hamas is keeping the hostages, Hamas is
She would
holding
sound
these
so dumb with a
citizens,
vocal fry.
hostage essentially. Why doesn't Hamas let them out? There's many ways that we can avoid this bloodshed. It is Hamas that is choosing to continue this. Now, I'm not saying that this isn't, you know, there's only blame to be placed on one side. I think what's frustrating is that why is there this general perception that there should be no blame for the people that not only started this, but are choosing to perpetuate this every single day? There has to be some mutual response.
It's like you have a guy on the ground, you're like strangling him and hitting him in the face. Bop, bop, bop. And then he kicks you in the balls. And everyone's like, will you condemn him kicking that guy in the balls? No.
Responsibility to be fair, to be honest, to be balanced.
And Elika, I completely agree with you. But on that point then, where do you criticize Israel for their execution of their response to what happened?
What do you mean by that?
Well, do you say it's got to be fair on both sides, and I agree with you.
It's in their blood,
and I'd be
man. They've
critical
been
of
doing
both
it for
sides
longer.
in different ways. What is your criticism of the way Israel's executed this war? Because it's become, as you know, hugely contentious around the world. I don't think that Israel is blameless here either.
Absolutely. No, there's definitely many of its policies that are, you know, are going to probably be assessed in a court of law. I'm sure that there are war crimes that have been committed. I can't really speak to that without having the evidence in front of us. Although, like I say, that's going to obviously be investigated. I think at the end of the day,
she just not condemn them? Is that what we're hearing?
You know, when you talk about Nazi Germany, for example, okay, there was so many deaths involved in that. 75 million people were killed in World War II, and more than, I think, like 11 million just regular civilians. There's never this thing of like, you know, oh, the Allied forces were, you know, doing something horrible or bad. There was this understanding that this is all because of the Nazis, and that we just don't have this kind of perception of what's happening right now. We don't have this perception of who is at the root of this and what is the cause of this.
But does Israel?
So that's not to say that everything that the Allied forces would have done would have been completely right or just. Okay, and that is an analysis that has to happen.
Really?
But we have to stick to what is at the root of this.
Okay, Emily, Schrader, let me bring you back in. The problem for Israel
Manhattan
is
and Atlanta.
Public concern and anger, obviously, is growing about this, and there's a particular
Manhattan 212,
concern
Atlanta
and
404.
anger growing about Rafah because it has got 1.4 million people there, many of whom are women and children. There's simply no way to go in
she
and
does
get
not
4
give a
more
fuck, man.
battalions of
She
Hamas
does
terrorists
not. Come
without
on, Piers.
killing a lot more civilians.
Come on, dude.
And obviously the civilian death toll so far.
I wonder what she's
completely
gonna say,
dwarfs
Piers.
the death
I
toll on
wonder what
October
could
the
she
7th.
possibly
At what
say?
point does Israel maintain the moral high ground to be doing what it's doing, given the mass devastation?
Yeah, where's 616?
On civilian life, and in particular, women and children.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that when
Yeah, all the ones that start with 2 are the original area codes. So, like, you know, Philadelphia's 215.
it comes to casualty
DC's
count, that's
like
not
203,
an
I
accurate
think.
basis to determine the morality
Oh, it's
of an
not.
issue. It's one
Oh,
factor
okay,
of many,
Emily. Yeah.
But the total casualty count is.
So just don't worry. Like, I know that, like, you know, we killed like orders of magnitude more people, but they're the baddies. Got it. Okay.
Isn't what makes something just or unjust on either side, quite frankly. That being said, obviously,
I hope this
Rafah
lady
is a
gets
very
on fucking
complicated operation.
war
There are a
crimes
lot
trial.
of civilians there. That is why
All these on-air
Israel has
personalities
worked
I
on
want to see on the
developing
fucking.
plans. It is why they
in
issued
the fucking
evacuation
Hague.
notices to over 100,000
Oh my God.
Palestinians.
Oh.
Now, unfortunately, we're dealing
Dude.
with terrorist groups,
Okay.
terrorist organizations, including...
She keeps trying to pass that, they keep trying to pass that off as like the humane thing is to like, oh, dude, we gave them a warning before we destroyed their house. Like, that doesn't exonerate you at all.
A lot of senior leadership that the IDF knows
like-
is in Rafah.
Especially when it comes to like these hospitals too. It's like, yeah, you told a bunch of people who are fucking unable to move. God, we're so fucking humane.
We have intelligence that there were...
You told a bunch of people with nowhere else to go that they should leave. Okay, cool.
Are hostages inside of Rafah. That is why Israel needs to operate. And I want to ask a question, actually, myself, which is, given the fact that Israel has proposed multiple ceasefire offers, Israel has compromised even when Hamas changed the goalposts. That's according to U.S. officials, not Israeli. Even after that,
because they're so
Israel
impartial?
was willing to agree to a ceasefire deal. We were willing to agree to less hostages than were initially proposed, than we initially asked for, than in multiple versions that have gone back and forth between Hamas and the negotiation teams and Israel. Then they changed the goalposts. Then they're talking about releasing 33 hostages. Israel said, okay, we'll do it. After that, Hamas said no. Same day, they do a
Naperville's the new
PR stunt
Hague, I
and
hope?
release a
Nice.
statement that they actually approved a ceasefire offer that no one else had seen.
What?
This is malicious propaganda. This is exactly the type of tactics that we're seeing from this terrorist organization from day one. It's dishonest, and it puts Palestinian civilians in danger. And what we've seen on the ground in the
What?
past few
Dude.
days also supports that
What a
argument.
fucking
We've seen
maniac.
Hamas fire from humanitarian zones. We've seen them
my
fire rockets
God.
at their own humanitarian crossing. And something very important to remember, that the U.S. is talking a tough game right now towards Israel, but the U.S. has been developing a port off of the Gaza, coast in order to provide aid to the Palestinians, and Hamas fired rockets at their own humanitarian port that the U.S. is building. This happened in recent days. So we are talking about an organization that...
She's trying to pretend that like the U.S. is like an honest, impartial actor and just neutral or whatever. They are a belligerent, effectively. Like they're the fucking on Israel's side. You can't say that like, oh yeah, you believe them shooting at those people who are trying to invade them? Yeah, God, can you imagine?
actively wants more Palestinian civilians to die, whereas Israel is doing all they can to target only the terrorists. Yes,
It's so insane they keep saying that.
There is going to be bloodshed in Rafah, but we have no other alternative. If Hamas won't agree to a ceasefire,
Fucking Brandon told you not to do it. You went too far for fucking Genocide Joe. That doesn't ring a bell. That's not like telling you.
we are proposing that we are still willing to negotiate. We sent a team to Cairo. It was Hamas who left the negotiations. If they won't release our hostages,
exactly.
we as a country have to do everything in our power to be able to release them. That's our last hope.
This Iranian girl looks fucking dead inside, though.
They still have over 100.
I want to hear Rania go at her for a minute.
Okay, Rania, we've actually got.
I want to add one more thing that's really.
No, she's
I
in.
just want to add one more thing that's really important.
You know, like a Shah defender or whatever.
To hear Rania talk about settler colonialism when in fact she herself is Lebanese, and the only entity that's acting as a colonialist entity in the Middle East is the Islamic Republic of Iran, which has essentially colonized Lebanon and completely destroyed it, that is colonizing Hamas in the Gaza Strip. It's a proxy of the Islamic Republic. They are the ones calling the shot over what goes on in the Gaza Strip and how Hamas rules over the Palestinian people. If that's not colonialism and imperialism, then I don't know what is.
Okay, Rania, I'm going to let you respond to this now, but just to let you know, we have Thomas Hand waiting, who's been listening to some of this, who, of course, his daughter miraculously was able to get out. She was a hostage. She was very young. It was very painful for him. It ended joyfully for him.
Who gives a
obviously,
fuck,
but
man?
not
Who
for so many
cares,
families
Piers? I don't
of similar
care.
hostages. So
At all.
I just want to ask you specifically before I talk to Thomas, and I'll come back to all of you after I've talked to Thomas for your reaction. But Rania, on this question of the hostages, you know, why doesn't Hamas just release the hostages? I mean, a lot of this could probably be avoided if they just released them. And there is a growing feeling that one of the reasons is that many of these hostages may be dead.
Well,
Piers,
I'll answer that in
why,
just a moment. I
like,
just want to point out.
Why the fuck would they release the hostages when Israel has fucking 100 times as many of them? It's insane. They keep fucking it's like the same bullshit they've been throwing out there the entire time. They're still fucking throwing out there. Come on, get some new material.
Not that I'm not at all surprised by anything Emily said, because she herself is a settler, so of course she feels entitled to pontificate about a region that I actually am indigenous to. But to get back to the issue of the hostages, you know, my outlet Breakthrough News actually did a review of all of the various ceasefire deals that Hamas put forward and was willing to agree to. There was 10 since
Literally
October 7th.
since October
In fact,
since
in the
October
immediate
8th, the
aftermath of
first one they
October 7th,
proposed.
Hamas was willing to release the hostages in exchange for Palestinian.
That's what they said. Literally the very first day, they said, "We'll let everybody go if you stop bombing us," and they said no.
Hostages, who we never hear about, by the way. There are
So-
10,000 Palestinians being held by the Israelis. Many of them are children, by the way. I'd love to see you have one of their parents on your show. But all that said, Israel is the one that has refused.
Yeah, the fucking people on the ground have been saying all for all since the beginning. We'll give you all the Palestinians that we unjustifiably locked up. Like, it's just a fucking double
Use any
standard.
of these deals.
You mean the children
in fact,
who
the
are
only
recruited by
hostages who have
Hamas?
been killed. Let me
15
finish,
to
Emily. I let you
17-year-olds who are
repeat all
used
of
as
your
child
imperialist
soldiers?
talking points.
I don't speak
All right,
over each
can I
other.
finish
These are not
talking?
hostages.
No, let
people who
Rania
are in
finish.
prison are
Let,
not
Emily, let
hostages.
Rania finish.
Because you don't see Palestinians as humans, so of course you can't see any of them as innocent or hostages.
Absolutely false.
But I actually do see them as human. So let me finish what I'm saying here about the hostages.
Just not Jews. You just
Israel
don't see
is who
Jews
you
as
need
human,
to talk
right?
about Israel is who you need to talk about or talk to about why they have not
Why do you have
agreed to
ED?
any of these deals, because they prefer to carry out and continue their genocide in Gaza to steal more land and get revenge, because it
Yeah,
is a society
exactly.
that is consumed by hate at the moment. And
Yeah.
I don't need to tell you that. You can just go look at the TikTok videos being put up by Israeli soldiers celebrating their criminality.
Yeah, and that shit's not getting moderated. That shit's not getting taken down. My shit is.
In Gaza every
And you
single
don't think,
day,
and Rania,
as well as the
Rania,
genocidal statements by Israeli officials.
Rania, just to be clear, you don't think that Hamas are filled with hate for Jewish people or Israel, and you don't think they celebrated
I
the
think
hang on,
Palestinians, Piers,
and you don't think
Piers-
they
Yeah,
think they
go ahead.
celebrated proudly by broadcasting a lot of it to the world what they did to those innocent people on October the 7th. You don't see that that's the same thing.
And it's like I said to that dumbass last night. It's a question of the scale of the horror, of what they're doing here. It's like there's a certain point where like a certain amount of celebrating the fucking military conquest, I think, is acceptable in the Palestinian position. It's totally not acceptable for the genociders to go out and fucking kill all these civilians and then brag about it. Like, steal millions of dollars from their homes and then brag about it. Just, all these fucking TikToks are so gross, and like, Pierre's effectively defending it. Come on, dude.
I think
It's like, he's not a neutral.
Palestinians don't need to be like high on hate, because they've been occupied and slaughtered for 76 years, and any people,
Yeah,
not
exactly.
just Palestinians, would respond to that.
They always make the
angrily
distinction.
And would fight for their survival, including all the colonized people in the world who've ever had to fight for their survival.
Okay.
There's
all right.
historical parallels
You've
here.
answered
I've
the
already
question.
made them. And Palestinians, and just like any human beings in the
Okay.
world, are always going to fight for their survival.
Hold fire, all three of you. I'm going to bring in Thomas Hand now.
Oh my God.
He's returning to Uncensored. Thomas's 9-year-old daughter, Emily, was kidnapped by Hamas on October the 7th
Just
and
dog
released,
tags.
thankfully, in November. Thomas, it's great to have you back on Uncensored. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to talk to us again. I just wanted to get your
Dude,
response.
look at her
really.
face.
It
She's-
feels to me like
she's got, like, Joker
we're entering
proportions.
the end game of this
Fucking pointy
war,
chin.
in one way or another. But there's a massive concern that if Israel goes into Rafah in the way
Yeah,
that Prime Minister
exactly.
Netanyahu has signaled that
Stop
he
at the
wants
conflation.
to
Yeah.
eliminate completely the rest of Hamas.
Who
that
are we
the
listening to?
civilian death
Someone described it the other day so perfectly, that what they do with the conflation. I forget who it was, but it was so good. Like, the way they said it, like, it was the short and snappy, and it was like, perfectly detailed what they do.
toll in the process could be enormous. Do you think that this is still something Israel should be doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, we have to do
Dying on your own
everything
terms,
that we
yeah.
possibly can to get the hostages back. If they want an end to all this, make a deal, a hostage for prisoner deal, and it could all be over. But they keep altering the deal from 40 to 30 releasing 7 down to 3. Don't mess with the deal. They just want to claim that they've got this deal, but it's their deal to us, not the deal that was on the table. They just alter it and then say, oh, Israel's not agreeing to it. Just agree to the deal.
Oh, yeah. That's
President
just,
Biden
yeah.
has now come out and said that he is so concerned about what Israel may do in Rafah
Maybe.
that he's not going to allow a large
British,
number
probably.
of American weaponry to be used. What did you make of that?
I think it's a damn shame.
Joe
it's
Brandon and
ridiculous
some lots.
because we will still do what we have to do with whatever we've got. This is a fight for survival. And if
Oh,
America
yeah?
doesn't
A
want
fight
to
for
help us,
survival, really.
shame on them. Shame on.
Dude, what a fucking maniac. I wonder if he'd be saying this if his kid hadn't been rescued.
We're literally fighting survival. We will do whatever we have to do with whatever we've got. And whatever America decision making does, it doesn't affect what we're going to do. Help us.
Thomas, nobody
Help us
knows.
survive the country.
Yeah, I mean, nobody knows more about the hostages and the families and the situation than you, I suspect. What is your feeling about how many hostages may still be alive?
My overall feeling is not great, especially the way they're doing the deals. They want to give us as little, as few hostages as possible. And
They'll just
over
keep
as long
killing you
as
and you just
possible,
die.
which is a
That's a
very
good
bad
deal. How
indicator
come they're not
of
taking that deal?
how many are still alive.
I mean, do you fear
Nice.
that a large number are actually dead?
No, those weren't real hostage family members. Remember he had like his friends pretend to be fucking hostage family members? To like own the other hostage family members, the real ones?
It's a worry. Yes, it's a worry. It's a terrible, terrible worry.
Dude.
And you've also...
They're innocents. Most of them are innocents.
I know you've been particularly concerned, Thomas, about the fate
Shut up,
of
Carpet.
the women and girls
We
being
raided you
held.
the other night and you weren't there.
Absolutely. That's the worst concern. If you think about all the women there, we know that they are being raped. They're being raped at least daily, if not multiple times a day.
They're being raped daily, if not multiple times a day. Oh man.
They're being raped multiple times a day. Now take that on a step further. They're pregnant because if they had
Oh my
contraception
God.
when they went in,
Oh my
that's
God.
already worn off. They're getting pregnant now. The next step onto
Oh my
that
God.
is that they're beyond having any solution like an abortion. So they're going to have to carry those children, those terrorist, rapist
What?
children, full term.
Where are you getting
And
this
what
from,
are
dude?
those poor women going to do after that? They're going to adopt them out? They don't want to keep them, I'm pretty sure. Or what the hell are they going to do? They're going to keep them, and then they're going to get the wrath, the anger of their parents and their friends. You can't keep this baby. But when a woman carries a child, a
What's up,
living life
poo-poo?
inside them for so long, it's going to be very hard to give them up.
Like, look what you're doing to this
surrogate
person.
mothers, you know.
Like, you fucking, this guy is off his rocker, thanks to the propaganda, and then people like Emily just don't even fucking care. It's like,
Mother gets $20,000 and they've got nothing. They're penniless people that do this, and yet at the end of the day they can't give them up. So it's gonna be torture.
yeah,
on
they all have
torture
such
on
weird rape
torture.
fantasies, right?
How
Yeah.
are they gonna keep the baby? It's gonna be a constant reminder of what happened to them. For that
Where are you
period
getting
of
this
time,
from?
200 days, a lifetime.
Who's
when
telling
they're
you
there.
this?
They're gonna have to. That's a reminder for the rest of their life.
Like, wasn't your kid a hostage? Can't you ask them? Like, where? It's just.
It's awful.
Thomas, I remember the
Yeah.
heartrending interviews you gave when Emily had not been found. And you said then you hoped,
Oh my
in
God.
a horrible way, you hoped that she was dead rather than
Yeah, that
suffering
wasn't. Yeah, look,
in
he's
the way
done
you
crying already.
graphically described it may be happening to other of the female hostages.
Yeah, this is what they do to these people.
How do you
Like,
Just
This is what I'm saying, man. I feel bad for the Israelis, dude. They have been fucking deranged, right? Like the fucking living on this military base, masquerading as a country, and just being fucking pounded with all this propaganda nonstop. It's made them fucking lunatics, and like obviously they're taking part in all this fucking violent colonialism, but like this part of it is like self-inflicted, you know.
Correct. Just correct you there. I never ever hoped that she was dead, but when I was told
Yeah.
that she was dead, I was relieved
Yes,
that
I'm
she
sorry,
wasn't
yes.
going through all this suffering that the rest
Yeah,
of
I'm
them.
sorry. That's an important clarification. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Mm.
But you understand this feeling of not knowing, and these poor families now. I mean, you were so lucky to get Emily back in November, but these families now been waiting. Now we're in May.
Ew.
Can you begin to understand
Thanks,
the
Anon.
nightmare they're going through?
Hooking up carpet.
I can only understand it in the small part. 50 days I suffered. They're suffering over 200 now. Seriously, I don't know how they get up in the
How
morning.
much do they regret taking
It's
this guy's daughter, huh?
extremely debilitating. It's exhausting. You still have to just carry on to get your loved ones back, and at the end of it, you collapse. I don't know how they're doing it. I really don't.
The families representing many of the hostages gathered in Museum Square in Tel Aviv yesterday to urge Benjamin Netanyahu to accept a deal. Sky News spoke to one of them, Yehuda Cohen, whose 19-year-old
it's
son,
like
Nimrod
he's out
Cohen,
there-
an Israeli soldier, was taken
Nimrod,
hostage. He
nice.
said about Netanyahu, he has his own considerations,
Israeli soldier.
mainly his private considerations. He wants to survive. He's thinking only about himself.
Yeah.
That is a view that many Israelis share. Many do not
Yeah.
share it, but many do share
I want to hear him go after that
What
chirper.
do you understand that sentiment that a lot of people now
Or
just want
her,
this
run you.
over? They want a deal done.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, of course. The whole country, all the families, certainly want all this over. I'm sure in his own way, Netanyahu wants it over. But yes, he has got other issues where he needs to deal with.
Like, I'm sure those hostages are being treated fucking great, you know? Like, and they got people who can tell them this, and they've been getting updates and, you know, proof of life videos and whatnot, and then they still, like, they would rather stick with the fucking Hasbro story about the mass rapes. Cool.
You have just come back from Auschwitz. You took part in
Oh, I
a
bet.
remembrance march,
Mhm.
and it was disrupted by pro-Palestine protesters with banners saying "Stop genocide."
Yeah, stop
What
it.
did you feel about that?
I want you to stop it. I want you to stop doing it.
It's ridiculous. You know, we were there on a very peaceful, solemn march. No one wanted any conflict.
Oh, I'm
And,
sorry.
lo and behold,
Oh,
Palestinian.
I'm so sorry you didn't want any fucking conflict. Oh, damn. It's so horrible for you.
Pro-Palestinian protest.
Yeah,
I was
like
in
mad
shock.
dogs, exactly.
I went to try and walk over to them to ask them what the hell was going on. Police stopped me. We managed to speak to the police chief, and very quick, thank God, they took down the flags. They were still allowed to shout and scream through the phone. Fair enough, but at least the vision of the Palestinian flags was out of our eyes, because we were enraged on such a peaceful.
You couldn't even see the
flags. Commemorating 6 million Jews slaughtered in a genocide, and they're asking us to stop genocide. We don't do genocide. We could do
Oh my
genocide
God.
on the 8th of October. We could have demolished them all.
Okay,
Our whole,
again,
the ethos of
like, it's such a stupid fucking argument that they keep making. Like, oh, we could have killed them, but we didn't. Therefore, it's not a genocide. It's like, yeah, because you didn't fucking nuke them all, then you're not genociding them. It's like, so obvious. It's like, yeah, you are trying to do it and maintain plausible deniability or whatever. We see exactly how you're doing it. It's like not confusing. It's so blatantly obvious.
Israeli army is to preserve life, even
Oh.
our enemy's life. We
The ethos of the Israeli army is to preserve life, even our enemies' lives. Okay, dude. What a fucking clown,
We go
dude.
to extreme lengths to preserve Palestinian lives, the civilians. We do roof tapping, send leaflets, everything.
They don't do that anymore.
We're making a corridor to take the people from the south to the north, which will have to be guarded by the Israeli army because the Hamas will shoot them in their tracks. That's how much concern the Hamas have for their own people. They have no concern for their own people whatsoever.
It's
Otherwise,
fucking
they wouldn't have started this
insane.
in the first place. They knew Israel would retaliate.
They know you know,
What
exactly.
else are we going to
Yeah.
do? They attempted.
They knew we were unhinged, violent, bloodthirsty sickos. Therefore, they shouldn't have fought back. Got it.
Genocide
Cool.
in the Gaza Strip, in the southern strip, on my kibbutz and many, many others. Killing, torturing, raping, burning babies.
Dude,
for
you brought
God's
your
sakes.
you brought your family to live in a fucking military base. What do you expect?
You expect us not to react to this? They voted for them in 2007. You have made your bed.
Yeah. The fucking half the population was not even born yet. Like, significant number of other ones were like fucking children, couldn't vote. But yeah, it's the same people.
You have made your bed.
And to those who refuse to condemn what Hamas did that day, what do you say to them?
I just can't believe it. You've asked, I hear you asking several people several questions, and the main question is, do you condemn that massacre, that Hamas massacre?
Yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah, the Germans didn't genocide them because clearly there's still a whole bunch of them left, right? So it wasn't a genocide.
On that day, and they go around the boats and they twist and they turn, but they will never, ever condemn that massacre. How dare they even speak?
How dare they? How dare they?
Thomas, last time I spoke to you was you were with Emily, and it was a wonderful interview because it was joyous in many ways, despite the horror she'd been through. How's she doing now?
Just recovering from all of her
great.
rapes.
She's absolutely wonderful. I'd say 95% perfect, and they'll take another little while to be 100%.
She's still blocking out a lot of the
she's
memories,
laughing,
you know.
Joking.
She's
dancing,
unable to come clean about her,
but the
her
biggest
traumatic
factor for me was when she
experience.
started singing.
Yeah.
That was
Singing all these
where I knew
Palestinian
her,
songs.
Her heart and mind were free to sing.
What kind of thing was she singing?
Harden your heart, Putin.
Sometimes her own songs, generally Beyonce songs. She's fixated with Beyonce. Wonderful
Of course.
artist.
Well, that's great to hear. Thomas, thank you so much for coming back on Uncensored. I appreciate it.
Thanks for that. Thank you.
What happened to you?
Well, let me get back to the panel there. I mean, Rania, let me.
Yeah,
just
how
pick
many
up with
mass
you
graves
there.
are still
Has
left?
that made
Yeah.
you have pause for thought listening to that man?
Well, what I know right now is that the top priority should be to end the genocide in Gaza. There is a genocide taking place. 13,000 children, more than 13,000, have been killed. You know, there's now something called wounded child, no surviving family in Gaza because of how many children are wounded with no surviving family. This has been a horror show
Just
in
looking for
Gaza.
Jay-Z.
Babies are being starved. Are we not watching the same videos? Are you all not
They're not
seeing
watching it.
the
No, they're
mutilated
not.
children with amputated limbs crying without their parents
But out of interest,
because of this
okay, but
ongoing
Rania,
slaughter?
I am horrified by those scenes.
Like-
I'm really curious,
Dude.
why you.
I would not. It's just like, if the tables were turned, I would have the same position. Like, it's shooting fish in a barrel. It's like, it's any sense of like honor or whatever is just nothing like that. It's like completely indefensible. Like you fucking wind up all these people, fucking put them down in Rafah, and then start shooting at them. It's like, how could anybody justify that? It's just.
You cannot express any horror for what Hamas did, given it was the same, if not worse. And they proudly broadcast it.
The same,
I
if
don't
not
understand
worse.
why you
It's
would
not the
expect
same, if
anybody-
not worse.
Hang on, let me ask you a question. Why would you expect
Not-
anybody to express sympathy or empathy for what you're describing, given
Nobody
your utter
wants fucking
refusal
sympathy or empathy. We want them to stop bombing them.
to express any for what Israelis went through on October the 7th. Explain.
You guys are using October 7th to justify a genocide. What are Palestinians justified
I'm not using it to justify anything.
That's exactly what you're doing. Literally exactly what you're doing.
You're saying me condemning. Hold on, Piers. You're saying you want me to condemn. You want me to condemn Hamas in order for you all to feel empathy for over 13,000 Palestinian children who have been slaughtered?
That's not what I said.
It's essentially what I'm hearing here.
No, you're not.
You're not
listening.
Well,
then listen harder.
I'm not going to sit here.
Listen more carefully.
I'm not going to sit here and condemn colonized people. I'm just not. It's not going to happen. You can sit here and try to twist your words to weaponize your condemnation.
But you keep talking about Israel. Okay, but you keep talking about Israel killing babies and children and so on.
Yeah.
And that is indisputably happening. And yet you are completely incapable.
Again,
of
it's a question of
Hamas
scale.
The same thing.
What?
Hamas carried out a military operation on October 7th.
It was an act of
Israel
terror.
killed a lot of its own
It was a
people.
terrorist
attack.
No.
Talk about. Is it what Israel's doing in Gaza terrorism? Would you call that terrorism?
It's a response to an act of terrorism. There are
It's a response to it.
There are many serious legitimate concerns about the scale of that response. I agree. And they will be held to account by international courts about whether they've committed war crimes.
Oh, will they?
But my issue is you don't give a damn what Hamas did to those innocent Israelis on October the 7th.
What innocent Israelis, Piers? Who
That's
are you?
the heart of your position.
100 journalism professors at elite universities across the country are asking the New York Times to review their investigative reporting on October 7th. A lot of what we heard are lies. You don't talk about that on the show. Israeli media has reported on a lot of those lies too. Moreover, Piers, if you're going to say what Israel's doing is a response to October 7th, then could October 7th perhaps have been a response to what Israel's been doing to Palestinians, which nobody was covering on October 4th or October 5th or October 6th? What I hear here is
it's got to be more than
for people undergoing
it's got to be over 40
and
by
I'm
now.
being sitting here, and you're asking me to condemn people who are fighting for their survival.
Actually, I'm just asking you. I'm actually just asking you to condemn.
Let's hear what Elika has to say.
Terrorism, and you're incapable of doing it.
I want to hear Emily and you and everybody on this panel condemn
and you're incapable of showing a shred of
terror.
empathy for anyone killed on the other side. That's my point.
You're incapable of showing a shred of empathy for Palestinians.
I've let you speak. Let me bring Elika Lebon back in. Elika, you tweeted
got such nice skin.
May the 8th.
Look at
Seeing
it.
the images of the children crushed under the rubble in Rafah yesterday split my soul open. These innocent babies are dying gruesome deaths over things they can't control because of sins they didn't commit. I don't know how, but a hostage return,
it's Hamas
permanent ceasefire, a disempowerment of Hamas deal desperately needs to happen now.
It's just like
powerful.
This is the difference between collateral damage, right? It's like the people who died on October 7th, that's collateral damage, right? That's people who died because they got in the way of a military operation. It sucks and all, but it's not really condemnable, right? Whereas this just ruthless bombing, like we've seen all the reporting now about the AIs and the fucking the where's daddy protocols, right? Like they are actively doing this for, and like we'll have to, eventually find out more of the details, but it's like they probably have like I would assume that it's like anybody who works for the government is a viable target, and so which means dude who's like a fucking garbage picker upper, right? But he's like gainfully employed by the fucking elected government, therefore he's an acceptable target. And in the process of targeting him, you are willing to kill dozens of civilians. It's like, was that number we heard up to 100 for a high-level commander? And that makes sense because they've been bombing these refugee camps, right? So they have like the ping to someone's phone, and the phone was in the refugee camp, so they're willing to bomb like thousands of people in tents. Yeah, like there's just not even just scale of it is like not even. It's like that is fucking terrorism, right? If terrorism is a real thing, that's terrorism, right? And like, okay, so it's not revenge, okay? It's not legitimate military activity. What else could you possibly describe this as? Violence with a political goal, right? Which is the only viable definition of terrorism. Is like, you know.
His own 9-year-old daughter was kidnapped and held hostage and put through 50 days or more of horror.
I've endured that.
You know, it's very
I want to
easy
hear
to
the
understand
Shah shill.
why people like him have such an implacable desire to eliminate Hamas, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned that in my tweet. I didn't just end it at, ceasefire and hostage return. I said that it's imperative to disempower Hamas. And, this is something that I think is really important to understand when we keep referring to Hamas as oppressed people. They're not oppressed people. We're talking about billionaires. We're talking about the heads of Hamas are billionaires, and they are being funded by the Islamic Republic, who are also billionaires, and they have been giving millions and millions and millions of dollars over time. This narrative about being oppressed people is Islamic Republic propaganda that is designed to target the Western left, because the Western left fall for this this false binary of oppressed and oppressor, and everyone has to support the oppressed. And there's no red line to what the oppressed can do. There's no red line to what the perceived oppressed can do. And so then you ask, how far does that go? You talk about people in Iran who've been living under occupation for the past 45 years. Nobody has ever...
it's... Oh, man. Looking at that thread we looked at the other day about all the, the horrors of living under the Shah's regime, completely undemocratic, no freedom at all, which again is why the revolution was based in the the mosques and all. It was an Islamic revolution because that was the only place they could go and talk without the being monitored by the Shah's surveillance. Right? It was brutal regime, as authoritarian as any other fucking puppet government is. And these fucking people still defending it this many years later is, they just rely on people not knowing anything about it,
Murdered children because of that. You talk about Nazi Germany. Jews didn't go around slaughtering children and innocent families because of that. It's not true that there's never been an observable pattern in history of human behavior that people who are oppressed resort to slaughtering women and children. Yes, it is true that sometimes they revolt against the entity that is doing that to them. And that is an argument that could have been made if we witnessed an uprising in the West Bank, for example, against the military order. Then you can say, okay, well, this seems to be an uprising, right? But when you're talking about Gaza, when you're talking about Hamas, that are
because Gaza's not occupied. Okay.
Very, very far from being oppressed, that are hosted and funded by some of the richest countries in the world. That is Islamic Republic propaganda to apologize for jihadism. And that very terrorism, and this is what I said, this is a vicious cycle, right? The more that there's terrorism, the more there's oppression. The more
at least Emily's a good propagandist. This lady's not even good at putting the fucking takes together.
Unless we're willing to get at the root of this, okay, if we don't want Palestinian people to be oppressed, we have to end this jihadism they're forcing them into oppression.
Well, I think we also have to end what has been a clear occupation that's gone on for a very long time, and it is. It's
a mutual thing, right?
Yeah, the whole thing has to end.
It's a mutual thing. Yeah,
both
threats.
Ultimately, I want to.
I think they call it Persia, right? But we don't say Persia because we don't want to remind people that they have this, long-standing civilization. They're a proud people. It's the same thing with Iraq, right? You never want to refer to that as Mesopotamia, Yeah, it's not jihad, exactly.
A state of Palestine, a state of Israel, living side by side in peace. I mean, that should be the end game. Exactly, by the way, in different circumstances, but actually similar in many ways too, what happened in Northern Ireland. Where they had decades and decades of terrorism on both sides, terrorists on both sides, actually.
It's just comparing that conflict. Comparing the IRA to the fucking actions of the British government in Ireland is just fucking sick. It's
and eventually smart heads came together and they kept working at it until they got peace.
No, Piers, that's not what happened at all. The fucking IRA provided a viable threat to the British, destabilizing the British occupation. So they had to fucking figure something out. Which is, again, what Hamas is in the middle of, and you're fucking trying to, misrepresent it.
people in Northern Ireland live now in relative peace, and there are no acts of terrorism going on. Emily Schrader, let me...
Because they don't want to emphasize, they don't want people to recognize that they're a fucking, you know, like a long, historic, proud civilization that's been, you know, stretches back thousands of years and has all these contributions to human history. They want people to think it's some fucking sketchy, weird country. It's like, you know, some half-assed, like, illegitimate country. That's what they do. They don't, you know, it's intentional. I'm sure there's like a New York Times style guide that says not to do that.
Let me ask you the same question that I asked Rania, which is this. You know, do you feel
she won't do it?
Genuine empathy,
she's not going to do it.
Sympathy with the people, the Palestinians, who are being killed in large numbers, the families of these babies, the families of these women, the innocent civilians caught up in this, because there is a unique scenario in Gaza.
Asymmetric
where
warfare,
half of the 2 million people that live there are under 18. We've never really had any war like this where, yes, you can absolutely have a moral justification for waging a
I love this song.
response to what happened. I get that. But when you know that is the population demographic, when half the people there are under 18, they're kids, at what point do you stop and say, we've done what we need to do?
It was never okay, Piers. Come on.
No longer be a threat to us.
Well, the unfortunate reality is that we haven't dismantled Hamas to the point where they can no longer threaten us, and that is evidenced by the fact that they did fire rockets at Israeli civilians as well as Israeli soldiers, 4 of whom died from those attacks from their own humanitarian
You mean they
aid
fought
crossing.
back? Oh no,
So
they
that
fought
is the
back.
reality that we're
Oh my
still
God.
dealing with. In answer to your question about empathy, of course I feel empathy for Palestinians. I don't think it's acceptable that any Palestinians should die. Any Palestinian civilians, excuse me. I think it's a terrible, terrible travesty. I would love nothing more than actually what Elika wrote, which is that we should find a solution to bring home the hostages, find a way to end this war, and disband Hamas. And that is a very, very important objective, not just for the
You
security
don't
of
get
the
to
state of
pick
Israel, but
the
it's also an
fucking
important
government
objective
of
for
another
the
country.
Palestinians.
I
As
mean,
I mentioned at the beginning, Palestinians are being oppressed by Hamas. They have been for many years. And
okay,
yes, we are dealing with a population that
capitalism
condones
is oppressive.
extremism. Unfortunately, there's way too much support for Palestinian terrorism and even for Hamas in both the West Bank and Gaza. But none of that changes the fact that they shouldn't be dying if they're innocent civilians. We don't want to see that. That is why numerous efforts have been made in order to prevent that. Now, has enough been done? I am not a military strategist. I can't answer that question definitively. But I do know that much care is being taken even today in order to avoid civilian casualties as much as possible. But again, we're dealing with an enemy that intentionally is endangering Palestinian civilians, which is all the more reason that the terrorist
you can't let them fucking pass that off. They've been doing this all along, and it's like, how are you supposed to have a grown-up conversation when they're saying stuff like that? Like, oh yeah, they're doing it on purpose, bro. They're killing their own people. Okay. Like, you cannot fucking believe that. Like, it's so ridiculous.
Organization needs to be dismantled. They need to go. And we need to take a strong, united stance as an international community against this
woman does
terrorism.
not have a
Hamas
prostate
is not the only
problem
problem.
anymore.
Hamas is the beginning. And this is what I always speak about, is that the conflict isn't just between Israel and Hamas. It's between the jihadism, the terrorist organizations with the backing of the Islamic Republic of Iran and all of their proxies against the Western world and all of the values it stands for. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression, feminism. It's much broader than just what we're seeing here.
Yeah,
and the main issue
there's
here
no doubt.
is the Islamic...
Why don't you stop fucking killing and oppressing them and then try to reevaluate? How are you supposed to, like, it's just... Okay. Just like the way that they've been treated non-stop since this fucking Zionist project began is the consistent thing here. So yeah, they've been fighting back because you've been trying to kill them and erase their existence. Like, we don't even talk about like all the atrocities they were doing before the 7th, right? When they would fucking like destroy archaeological sites and crap like that. Like,
Republic.
There is no doubt it is much broader. Finally, I want to go to you, Rania. I mean, do you accept that the leaders of Hamas are billionaires, or is that something else you refuse to believe?
You know what I see? I see a country called Israel that gets $3.8
Well, don't ask for a different
billion
question.
a year.
Don't ask for different questions. You've got a very, weird way of every time I ask you a simple question, you answer something completely different. I'm just asking you, do you accept?
Because you're trying to both sides it.
Well, you talked earlier that the whole thing.
There's some rich
She doesn't accept your framing, dude. That's
you
it.
talked earlier that October the 7th is entirely justified because it's oppressed people. And as
I didn't say that. You are putting words in my mouth. That is uncalled
If you
for.
don't condemn-
I'm trying to bring attention to a genocide.
Okay.
You know what? If the Holocaust
I tell you
were
what,
happening right now,
rather than telling me what we've all just heard you say, right? All right. Well, let me. Okay. Let's just go through that then. So you don't think it was justified, October the 7th?
Of course it was. What are you talking about,
I'm
Pierce?
saying I refuse to play your condemnation.
Was it just?
game, and I condemn
I
the
didn't
country
ask you
that
that.
my tax dollars
destroying olive trees for fun. Yeah.
You just said.
I refuse to condemn
You just
Hamas.
said I
I'm
put
not going to
words in
keep
your
having
mouth.
this conversation with you.
You just said I put words in your mouth.
You did put words in my mouth.
Okay, so that's why I'm giving you the chance to set the record straight. Do you believe what happened on October the 7th was justified? Yes or no?
Yes. What do you mean? How is it
I
not?
believe what happened on October 7th was a reaction to Israeli
Was it
terrorism. That's what I
justified?
believe. I'm not going to sit here and play a game about whether it was justified or not. That is not my place to talk
It was a
about.
terror attack.
I am here.
Do you believe it was
no,
It's not a
game
terror
you're playing.
attack.
It's a
Stop saying
distraction.
that.
Was it justified?
You are trying to distract from
Why
an
don't you just answer the
ongoing
question?
genocide. You are trying to
Answer the
distract from an
question.
ongoing because I'm not playing that game.
It's not a
not
game.
my place to tell oppressed people what they. It's not my place
Right,
to
so you now
justify
say
or
they are
unjustify
oppressed
something.
people. Okay.
Rania, I don't understand.
Okay, now hang on, Emily. Emily, don't interrupt, please.
Why
Emily,
would you side with them?
let me finish. So, okay, so they're oppressed
You
people.
are
the fuck up,
justifying a
Emily.
genocide.
Sorry,
there is a
Rania,
genocide of
you just,
Palestinians happening in Gaza
Rania,
right now.
you just
That
said,
is what I am here to talk about.
You just said they were oppressed people, which is what I said at
Yes.
the start.
How
so
are they
do
not?
you believe that Hamas leaders are billionaires or
No.
not?
What? What?
There's some Hamas leaders who have money. I don't know what that has to do with
billionaires?
the genocide in Gaza.
Are they billionaires?
I don't know why you're
And where-
why is this the conversation? It's
where do they
crazy to me.
live?
There are like children being bombed
Where
right
do
now
they
by
live?
Israel.
Where do they
with
live?
bombs supplied by my government.
Where do the Hamas billionaires live? The guys that run
Here's
Hamas?
where, like, I don't even understand. I really have no idea where you're going
You
with
don't
this.
care,
I actually
do you?
don't know if there's a Hamas billionaire. I don't know if there's a Hamas billionaire, Piers. I just know
fucking
that what you're doing
cares?
right now
I
is
don't-
trying to
I could
distract
care.
from a
No,
genocide that Israel
Actually,
is
all I'm
carrying
doing,
out.
all I'm
Yes,
doing
yes, actually, yes.
so
all I'm
irrelevant.
actually doing is asking you very simple questions, and your failure to answer them is very illuminating.
My failure to answer if there's rich
You
members
are-
of Hamas.
you
What does that
sound
have to do with
insane,
the
Piers.
genocide taking
Dude.
place in Gaza, Piers.
Oh,
Are
I
there
would
billionaire
say,
Israelis?
I would say
Oh
it's
my
that
got
doesn't mean the
God.
everything
fact
to
that
do.
Israel's carrying a.
Actually, it's got everything to do with a lot of it. Actually, is that you have a bunch of rich billionaire terrorists leading Hamas. And they're not actually the oppressed people you're trying to paint them as.
Oh,
They
okay.
are rich terrorists leading a terror group, and they don't even live in Gaza. They don't care
Well,
about
then
the
I
lives
see
of
where you
people in
stand.
Gaza.
I know that, Piers, I know that I stand on the right side of history by opposing a genocide,
Yeah.
and you are an accomplice to it by sitting here and propagandizing.
Whatever, you
for
can
a
use
Get his
terrorist
ass.
genocide
Get
of
his
the
ass.
apartheid
Bullshit.
state
Yeah.
of
Bullshit
Israel.
that stuff as much as you like, but
Wow, this is incredibly
I will
aggressive.
give you- I will give you-
All right.
I will
you guys
give
can
you-
just sit here
I will
and
give you
bully me,
one-
but you're just a bunch of genocide
I'll give you
apologists.
one last chance to just answer a simple question. Do you think what happened on October the 7th was justified? Yes, or no?
Yes. Yes. Say yes.
Do you think Israel's ethnic cleansing
Okay.
and apartheid
Gave you the
segregationist
chance.
policies
You're not going to
and
answer.
ongoing
Thank you all for
genocide?
coming
I'm
on
giving
the.
you the chance, and you're not
Thank you all for
answering me.
coming on Uncensored. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Fucking Piers got his ass. Yeah, dude. Yeah. She's right, what she said at the end there. These people all fucking belong on trial. Who's this guy? Wait a minute. Israel faces Iranian-backed Hamas to the south and Hezbollah to the north. Can you read that? He talks fast. Hold on. Dialectics has to do with reality, the movement of contradictions and reality. Exactly. One of the great contributions of Marx, of Engels, of Lenin, of Marxism-Leninism, of Mao Zedong, was to understand the subject of contradictions in society, in thought, in nature. The first law of contradictions that one learned as a child, almost at the age of 12, is the unity and struggle of opposites. The unity of the struggle of opposites means that the opposites are united and repel each other. Such contradictions is the driving force of development. And that driving force of development has to do with reality. Therefore, Marxism can never be what some people in the world attempted to do, to kill Marxism. Yeah, exactly. A dogma, a kind of unique script for the world, can it? No, it's fucking... The immortal science is the study of concrete reality with concrete solutions based on the understanding of dialectics. So that it is a scientific knowledge that arises from reality. Exactly, and that's why I think it's so important to bring this back up for discussion. Because people mistakenly try to take Marx as a what? As crypto-normativist. What a hideous word. The idea of taking Marx as a crypto-normativist is basically to say, no, the fact is that so most people who talk about Marx have never read his books. They're book-phobic. That's the most common thing. But they describe Marx as, no, Marx described how communism and socialism should be. Of course he didn't. He was a dialectician and a materialist. Marx understands, just as you have just explained, that history moves, and the historical movement of these contradictions is what produces new formations. What we are witnessing in China today, and the reason why I'm happy to have this conversation with you today, is that a historical moment in which we are living has no previous precedents. In other words, our responsibility is to make an analysis of the concrete material reality and to see how these specific situations of our contemporaneity. In other words, China's new socialist-oriented socio-economic formation cannot be analyzed from a crypto-normative reading of Marx. One has to understand how the different political and material pressures and forces of his time certainly produce it with the... Let me see that last part. Yeah, spot on. Exactly. It's like people want to say like, oh, China's capitalist. No, China's not capitalist. Dura spitting as usual. Did you see this shit? You want to talk about this? What Rania should have responded with. Sociopath. Satanic? I mean, I think he's a sociopath. I mean, I'm telling you, because I see him, depending on the guest on the show, he can not, obviously not Rania's position exactly, but like he can defend the Palestinians pretty valiantly sometimes. So that tells me that he's got no fucking moral compass, you know, he's just making content. In just 3 months, an Egyptian firm that provides crossing services from Rafah into Egypt has made over $118 million through exploiting refugees. This Egyptian firm makes $2 million a day from Palestinians fleeing the U.S.-Israeli genocide. The head of the firm is friends with Sisi. Oh, man. Israel wants to get on that racket, huh? Making $2 million a day. Damn. VIP list. $500 million from the so-called VIP list. Shit. Come on. Look, Delegation of the ICRC visited the crew of the seized vehicle to carrier Galaxy Leader off the coast of Hobadiah. The crew stressed that they have been well treated by the Yemeni authorities, are in good health and spirit, and urges an immediate end to the war in Gaza. Look at they all got the keffiyehs on. Nice. Here's how they won him over. Never forget how the Yemeni people bonded with the ship crew in November by bringing them a lifetime supply of cat. Dude, I need a lifetime supply of cat. Mm.
Okay. No sleep. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, what about when the fucking Space Brothers come and save us? He's got fucking garbage bags full of it. Hell yeah.
Huh? Thank you. Thank you. Ah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, my man's stoked. Hell yeah. Dude, I wish I was on the Galaxy Leader. Fuck, man. Looks like they're having a blast. Oh, dude. Gary Lineker. British broadcaster and football legend Gary Lineker talks Gaza with me on Medi Unfiltered and reveals, I cry on a regular basis when I see certain images on social media. Yeah, join the club. Ex-Spurs, by the way.
Recently, you used Twitter to share your pain over what's happening in Gaza, hugely contentious.
I would work on an oil rig. That'd be sick,
at a time
dude.
when a lot of celebs and public figures just don't want to say anything about this.
I mean, except for the oil.
With a barge pole, you even retweeted Owen Jones.
I'd like to do like like the deep sea, like the people who like do mine the rocks off the bottom of the ocean. That'd be cool. Yeah. Dude, those fucking oil rigs, they make like a year's salary in a couple months. They just I could get down with that. Huh? Not being an atheist, what? Ice Road Trucker? I could do that. Yeah, sure, why not?
Historian Raz Siegel, who we just interviewed recently, who's called what's happening in Gaza a textbook case of genocide. You got attacked for that. How would you describe what's happening in Gaza? What language would you use?
It's the worst thing I've seen in my lifetime. I've seen so many images of children that,
yeah,
I've got no skin in this game. I'm not Muslim. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Israeli. I'm not Palestinian. So I see it, I think, purely from the outside as from a neutral.
I mean, they don't sink that often, do they?
And I can't think of anything that I've seen worse in my lifetime. The constant images of children losing their lives day in, day out. Now, obviously, we all know what, October 7th happened and, the Hamas thing. But
dude, Medi's been killing it with his new channel, huh?
You raise your voice against what they're now doing.
I see his clips every day.
You get accused of being a supporter of Hamas or, all this kind of stuff. So there is, there's a lot of heavy lobbying on people to be quiet. So I understand why most people refrain.
Diplomatic way of putting it.
Now, I'm fairly secure, and I can't be silent about what's happening. I think it's so utterly awful.
Yeah.
And now they're talking about, it already looks like it's happening going into Rafah, where they've sent everybody down there. So, I don't think you can be, it's not anti-Semitic to say that what Israel is doing is wrong.
Oh, okay, bro. All right.
I just can't see how everybody doesn't see it that way now. for whatever the cause, whatever started it, and we all know that the history of this area of the world goes way before October the 7th. But it's truly dreadful what's
A
happening.
gym teacher?
I cry
I was
on a
never
regular basis when I
never a
see
gym teacher.
certain images on social media.
I coach soccer. I coach my kids' soccer team. Both
Recently,
kids.
you used Twitter to share your pain over.
What's this?
Escalates, I'll speak to an American doctor stuck in Gaza, 2 former Israeli soldiers turned peace activists who served in the last Gaza war, as well as my childhood hero, former football star Gary Lineker, who's become a thorn in the side.
Is Mehdi a Spurs fan? Oh, that'd be great.
So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That was the right decision. Give Israel the bombs they need to end the war they can't afford to lose. Can I say this?
Makes me want to vomit just looking at him, dude.
To drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima
Oh
and
my
Nagasaki
God.
to end their existential threat war. Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay. To Israel, do whatever you have to do to survive as a Jewish state.
Senator, again, military officials say
Whatever
the
you have to do.
technology has changed.
So when we were faced with destruction.
What is just a foul creature, man? Just look at his fucking face. It's just barf. Like, I'm not gonna go into it with the fucking nukes, but like that, we all know that that was not good, right? Like the whole bullshit that they came up with was like, they were gonna fight till the death, and we would have had to have millions of people would have died, and we would have done a ground invasion, and blah blah blah. They were like trying to surrender at the time, and they like wouldn't take the call. They kept being like, "Oh, we'll call you right back," and then didn't take the call. This whole fucking mythology about like, oh, they wanted to keep the emperor and all this crap. Like, no, it's just they were determined to drop the nukes because they wanted to fucking scare the Russians, right? Because they wanted to keep the fucking Soviet army from, from them surrendering to the Soviets. They wanted them to surrender to us, and they wanted to the fucking whole world to know that we had this fucking new bomb. They completely immoral. Like, there's just no way to justify that. And then these freaks are still using. And then on top of that, we also didn't quite understand the toll this was going to take with the radiation, like down the road, given people getting cancer and shit. Like, those are 2 very good reasons why we don't do this. Like, not that it was ever justified, but if it had been, it's not now. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then the whole fucking thing is like Pearl Harbor was like a lie hop situation, like they had intentionally provoked them. I mean, you could say that like FDR was doing it for good reasons because he knew about the fucking Holocaust. Maybe you'd make that argument. Because the American people didn't want to get involved in the war, as we've always just been opposed to that, and the government keeps doing it. It's like every time, like the American people resist war, and then these freaks with their fucking military money, they drag us into it. Whether they cut off the oil supply and all, they knew exactly what they were doing. They made it inevitable. Like they had no other choice but to attack us after they did that. 2,000 Americans died from the atomic bombs? Really? I didn't know that. What? Like Trinity? Because I know a lot of Americans got cancer from all the nuke testing that we did above ground back in the day, and they don't talk about that. I mean, there's lots of theories that like the cattle mutilations is related to that because they knew they irradiated this whole section of the southwest, and they keep that quiet, right? They still haven't really admitted it. So they do when the cows end up mutilated, it's because they came in to test their fucking lymph nodes and shit. Truman should have never been in power. Should have been fucking what's his face? FDR's first VP. What's this guy's name? Was that Mitchell or something? The guy who was the actual base lefty. Yeah, Lindsey Graham's fucking disgusting.
Side of Britain's Conservative government. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Can you see that?
In diplomatic circles, everyone knows what a red line is. It's the line you don't cross. It's the point of no return. It's a big deal. Israeli leaders have long been obsessed with red lines. In 1975, Israeli Foreign Minister Yigal Allon said that Washington has managed to draw a red line, which all the Arab countries know they must not cross, that America is not going to sacrifice Israel for the sake of Arab support. The following year, in 1976, Yitzhak Rabin set out a red line in Lebanon for the Syrian army. Benjamin Netanyahu,
Yeah,
speaking
exactly.
at the
We
UN
had
in
the
2012,
Bikini
added a
Atoll,
red line
and the
to
people
his
who live
weird
there, right?
cartoon
We
image of an
fucking
alleged
made them
Iranian
leave,
nuclear
like
bomb. Today, how
we like packed them up and like dragged them off, and then brought them back too early, and a lot of them got sick from it too. Yeah, yeah. Just so many people got fucked up from the testing. Yeah. Not to mention, the actual casualties in Japan, Yeah, that's a good point. That's the kind of shit that they did. We know that they did that because they did that afterwards, right? They injected fucking people with plutonium just to see what it would do to them, like unknowingly. Like fuck, mostly I think black people in the South, by the way. Um, and then they did the shit I always talk about in St. Louis. Like that's just what we know about. All the fucking people they tested on MK Ultra, they fucking dosed that entire French town. There's a fucking town in France, and they put fucking acid in their bread or something, and this whole town fucking wigged out. I mean, I don't think anybody died from that, but it was still, obviously highly immoral. Oh, you see this? Henry Wallace, that's his name. Yeah, yeah. Did I say
Rania
Mitchell?
Khalek is
Yeah.
a journalist extraordinaire, host of
God, how
Dispatches.
fucking, dude, it's like with Reconstruction, right? Those two pivotal moments when shit went haywire. Like, if Lincoln had been able to like live a little bit longer to get Reconstruction going, to get those fucking sickos out of power, could have lived in a completely different country. And the same with fucking Wallace, right? God, if Wallace had been there and not Truman, man. Yeah. Um, they lost a nuke. Yeah, they lost nukes all over the place. Well, that's mostly from later on when they did what's it called? Operation Hammerhead, right? When they used to fly around with a bomber, they would just do circles around the Atlantic, like northern Atlantic, in case they wanted to go nuke Russia right away, right? They had to be close enough, like they couldn't bear the thought of having to like get the bomber up off the ground and get in the air. They had to like save whatever a couple hours or something by having the bombers in the air just circling around waiting to go nuke them. And they did this day in, day out for years before they had ICBMs. They just flew around with nukes all around, just all up and down the East Coast. And like, just they dropped one in, I think, South Carolina somewhere, and it's still there. Hmm. Yeah, Utah. A lot of people got fucked up in Utah. I remember reading a story about that when I was a kid. 6 nuclear weapons have been lost. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Fargo? He was owned by a gangster named Pendergast. I didn't know that. I just knew he was corrupt. um, 500,000 prisoners, state sanctioned. Really? That's crazy. Reducing. It may have worked on reducing reincidence. Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, if it works, it works. We'd save money in the long run. Yeah, that's what they publicly admit to. Is right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean that's not the reason we have recidivism, right? We have recidivism because of the material conditions on the ground when they get out. They don't have opportunities, and life is tough when you're fucking don't have any when you're poor, right? No social safety net, nothing. Especially for prisoners, ex-cons. If they just, you know, made that a little bit easier by having a fucking properly funded social safety net, you'd see the rates go down. It's like if people don't have an opportunity, they're going to do crime instead of dying. People aren't going to starve to death because they were too high morals.
On Breakthrough News, and a very popular guest of ours, Rania. Welcome. The point I was making earlier was that
intimate cosmetic surgery.
The only red lines around Rafah were the rivers of blood. I'm right, am I?
Yeah, Galloway. The only red lines were the rivers of blood.
It's really horrific what we're witnessing. Over 1 million people sheltering in Rafah, told to go there for safety. Over 600,000 of them are children, and they've been subjected to bombings all this time, but just not as much as the rest of Gaza. And now Israel's unleashing its fury on Rafah. You've had this theatrical performance by the Biden administration saying, oh no.
Look, when I want to talk about male looks, there's only one place I go. Y'all know. Where is it? There we go. These guys know about male appearance. Say, look, money making. I made $1,000 in a month by sitting in a truck. Autism proof detailed Instagram maxing guide. Treat success. Where's the one where they talk about plastic surgery? Hold on, that's the thread. Dude. These guys are nuts. Looks Mox International. Looks maxing. Yeah. Looks maxing. We haven't checked on these guys in a while. I was doing it pretty regularly for a minute there. It's funny as fuck. They're so fucking funny. Why even looks max? Guess the new users. Please read. Non-looks maxing related content will be removed. Do I have a narrow jaw? Why my face look like this? Tall fangs will have worse perceived faces. Tall fangs. Oh. What growth plates are expected to be open with a bone age of 16? What? These guys know way too much about cheekbone structure and shit. What did David Lade use and how many cycles did y'all think he do? How can I fix this and is it a sign of balding? Who's the most appealing face to woman? Oh. 6162's goated height. Yep. Yeah, it is. I'm 6'2". Help, am I balding? Read this if you were considering fat grafting. What the fuck is fat grafting? Botox source in Ulaanbaatar. Bandit sleeping. Everyone should take this before going out or clubbing. Fucking cocaine. Porn and fapping can completely destroy your looks maxing journey. Horrible wide hips. Self-injecting lipo lab coming soon. What happens if you crash estradiol levels to 0 in puberty? What? Oh, man. Insane SARM's Ascension post? I don't even know what that means. Voice maxing? Thinking of killing myself, friends. Oh, man. Should we check the replies on the killing themselves one? Or is that a little too dark? Yeah, is that it? I wonder if there's a special column for dick graphs. Nuclear black pill for roidlets and TRT users. Oh my god. What the percentage of white women develop wrinkles in their 20s? Knee height and height pre-LL question. Yeah, these guys get leg lengthening surgeries too. Oh man. Looks maxing is an Olympic event this year. This would be this would be great. Not gonna lie. I would fucking watch this. What's Cooves? How can I fix my weird eyelids? High class maxing in Europe. Slade Foyd attack. They have their own lingo too. Dick maxing. Where's the dick maxing? Would that be cosmetic surgery? Archive of high quality threads. Frame maxing mega guide. Frame cells get the fuck out in here or forever rot. What's a frame cell? Dude, what are they talking about? Dick surgery is still experimental present day and I lost it? Really? I mean, would you get dick surgery? I would like my fucking foreskin put back on if I could get surgery though. I'd rather that than any kind of like I'm fine with my fucking my size and my girth, you know, I'm good. But I'd like my foreskin back, please. Zygo implants? What's a zygo? How'd you nuke fucking Langley? You should nuke. Anyway, that's where I go for plastic surgery related information.
Oh, please don't go into Rafah. Oh no, please don't go into Rafah. Only to then make little threats that are mostly symbolic. I mean, we did see the Biden administration put on hold one weapons shipment, but the other weapons shipments are still going through. It's insane. It seems like no one can stop Israel if ever there was a case to be made for humanitarian intervention, which I've never agreed with when it comes from the US, because the US is always arguing for humanitarian intervention just to go in and steal resources and overthrow governments that it doesn't like. But in this case, it's needed. I mean, Israel needs to be stopped.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
unfolding slaughter has been going on for 7 months, just relentless genocide.
No consent.
And you still have people, I mean, it's shocking, George. You still have people in mainstream media
I want my fucking dick skin
whether
back,
it's the
damn it.
BBC or CNN or MSNBC or the New York Times.
Someone's making
going and
face
defending
creams
this
out of it
disgusting
now.
slaughter. At this point, it has been 7 months. We are 7 months into this. Either you are pro-genocide or you're
You know what
against
I'm talking about?
genocide. There's no in-between anymore. There's no conversation.
There's that shit in South Korea, that like rejuvenation therapy thing that they do, where they like take baby foreskins and they make like a face cream out of it. Supposedly it works. Baby dick treatment. You got the the baby dick skin treatment.
To be had anymore.
Dude.
There's no.
It's like in Avatar 2, right? Where like they have the thing. It's like you can live eternal life, but you have to kill this majestic whale to do so. This majestic space whale. It's like Man, but eternal life, man. That'd be sick. I don't know.
Debate to be had anymore. And it's utterly frightening that the most powerful people in the world are showing us that they're
What'd you
happy
get?
to shred the bodies of
What surgery did you have? I remember when I got my wisdom teeth taken out. They didn't put enough anesthesia in or something, or like they forgot to put it on the one side or something. And I woke up screaming. It's the only time it had ever happened. Like, I was just bawling in pain. And then they quick came over and jabbed me with a thing, but like, fuck, man. That was horrifying.
tens of thousands
What's a
of babies in
penoplasty?
Gaza for the sake of
It's a real thing? Surgical procedure that increase the size, length, or girth of the penis intended for men who have penises that are within normal limits but cause them physical or psychological concerns. Really? What if it's not within the normal limits? Then what's it called? Is it something different? What if your dick was like too small to fuck? You know, what if you just like, oh dude, it'd be horrible. I'm just thinking about it. I'm grossed out. Fuck. All right, sorry. Back to Rania. What is that? Fucking Tony's not even here. We're doing all this dick conversation.
imperialism.
It is, and the excuse given, I've never accepted it myself, was that the death camps of the Holocaust, that the West didn't know what was happening in these death camps. Otherwise, they would have bombed them and destroyed them. They would have destroyed the railways that took the cattle trucks full of Jewish people to their slaughter. They claimed that they didn't know that, in fact, when the death camps were liberated by the Red Army overwhelmingly, that it all came as a big shock to them, even though the beast of Berlin, Hitler, had written it all down in advance.
The beast of Berlin.
None of them can claim this now. No one can say, no one in the world can say, they did not know what Israel was doing in the death camp of Gaza. That's a very, very dangerous, difficult position for all these journalists and politicians now to be in, isn't it?
It is. And, you know, just to reiterate what you're saying about World War II.
Tony's top 5 dick stories.
The U.S. did know, and they were asked to bomb those railways, and they refused to. They couldn't be bothered to bomb the railways that were taking Jews to death camps to be slaughtered on an industrial scale. We also have to remember that the U.S. and UK leadership, before the Nazis started taking large parts of Europe, were very supportive of the Nazis because they saw them as the strongest bulwark against communism, which they always saw as the greater enemy. And also, let's not forget what the Nazis did in the Holocaust was actually taking many lessons from what European powers, from what the American government has always done to the global South. So it was, you know, kind of like inverted colonialism, or colonialism turned inward. But to bring it to today, absolutely, nobody can deny that they don't see what they can't say. They don't see what's happening in Gaza right now. It's being live streamed for everyone to see. The images of children, the images of families on the run, the starvation, the people in hospitals. I mean, now we have these mass graves, hundreds of people executed summarily by the Israelis at Al-Shifa and Nasser Hospital, including doctors and patients. I mean, the evidence is there. Gaza is one giant crime scene for genocide. And they all know exactly what's happening, and they're trying to deny it. And you know, George, there's nothing more disgusting to me than people who wrap themselves in one genocide, being the Holocaust, in order to justify another one in Gaza. It is so sick. And it's what we're seeing in the US right now. with not just, invoking the Holocaust to justify killing as many civilians as they want to in Gaza, but also using the idea of the threat or, this issue of anti-Semitism to shut down these pro-Palestine protests across campuses. It's incredibly alarming, and I don't think we've ever experienced this. Unprecedented. I don't think we've ever seen another time in history that we can point to where one genocide and one form of bigotry was used to justify the wholesale slaughter of children in another part of the world.
I think we have not seen it, and we'll come back to it. Let me stay with the Philadelphia corridor for a moment, Rania. I made the point earlier, maybe minor one compared to the other breaches of international law, which are manifestly being live streamed right now. But it is part of the Camp David Accord that there will be no Israeli military presence on the Rafah border with Egypt. I think 1 kilometer or 5 kilometers even is the nearest the Israeli army has ever been allowed to go. Thus, the Camp David Accords have been broken. That is an international treaty, again guaranteed, this time by the United States and the UN Security Council. Egypt's sovereignty has been egregiously violated. Is anyone bothered about that, even in Cairo?
I mean, I think there's certainly people who are bothered, but there are people in power in these normalizing states that are more bothered because they worry about what it means internally for their own populations that might get very angry about Israel's behavior and what it could mean for them and their hold on power. These countries like Egypt and Jordan and the Gulf states that have normalized with Israel, they haven't normalized with Israel because their populations love Israel. Their populations despise Israel. They've normalized because they've been cajoled and bullied and bought off and bribed into doing it. And that's why Israel has these treaties with the Egyptians and the Jordanians. And, we're not going to see the leadership in these countries care so much or do much about it, because at the end of the day, they rely on the U.S. to keep their monarchies and their dictatorships in power. And as long as the U.S. can guarantee their power, they're all in. And until there becomes some sort of internal threat of perhaps revolutionary spirit among their own people, or where they can't control their own population anymore, you're not going to see a change. You're just going to see empty words, which is what we've seen from these countries since the beginning, even with the more forceful words we've heard from, for example, the Jordanian royal family. That doesn't mean anything when you are still actively trading with the Israelis, helping them with their so-called security, in other words, helping them, oppress Palestinians, and assisting them in the case of Jordan with blocking Iranian missiles that are headed towards Israel. And everyone in the region's angry about this. It's just, the U.S. has created a very successful system of control across the region to make sure that nobody can do anything about it. But I will also point out that in other countries, we do have people doing something about it. We have people in Lebanon. You have Hezbollah doing something about it. You have the Iraqi resistance doing something about it, and those in Syria as well. And you have the Yemenis doing something about it, as well as the Iranians. And so this is the situation we're in right now, where it's not the Middle East of 2003. It's the Middle East of 2024, where there actually is an axis of resistance that is able to put up a fight against Israel and against America. And that includes the brave Palestinians operating out of a death camp in Gaza every single day, fighting for their survival.
On that subject, Netanyahu, by any metric, has dismally failed in this operation. If the stated purposes of the operation were the true ones. So, for example, he said it was to free the hostages, even though the hostages could have been freed on day one with an all-for-all prisoner exchange, all hostages for all Palestinian hostages. But a very large number of those hostages must have now been killed by Israeli bombing. And the massacres currently taking place may very well end up also massacring the remaining survivors. amongst those Israeli hostages. Number two, it was to destroy
Rania
the
maxing
Palestinian
stream
resistance in Gaza. But just this day, more than 50 Israeli soldiers have been medevaced, seriously wounded, inside Gaza, meaning that the resistance is still fighting, and still fighting with a great deal of success against the invading Israeli armies. And of course, if the stated purpose was to win more friends for Israel
Rafah
across
is
the
more
world,
like a death camp.
well, that's the most spectacular
they forced them all down there.
of all, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, just a couple of things you said there. One about the hostages. I mean, Israel doesn't care about their hostages. The only hostages who've been killed have been killed by the Israelis, whether it's them using the Hannibal Directive to try to stop people from being taken as hostages, because they prefer to kill their own people than to allow them to be taken as hostages and use this leverage to release Palestinian hostages. But moreover, the Israelis killed their own hostages when they thought they were Palestinians fleeing. My outlet Breakthrough News did a tally of all of the ceasefire proposals that Hamas has agreed to. We counted 10 since October 7th, and many of them were immediately after October 7th. Hamas said, we will release these hostages in exchange for all of the Palestinian hostages that you are holding. Let's not forget there are 10,000 Palestinians
I would believe that.
being held by the Israelis hostage. They are prisoners. And Israel repeatedly said, no. There was that one brief period in November where there was a week-long pause where they said yes, and there was prisoner exchanges. But other than that, even now, the Israeli government is the problem. They're the ones who keep saying no.
He got his
to
abs
Hamas
done,
saying,
right?
we will give you your hostages back in exchange for this and a ceasefire. So the problem is the Israelis. They don't want their hostages. They don't care about them. That's all a smokescreen. Destroying Hamas is a smokescreen. The Israelis aren't stupid. They know they can't destroy Hamas. 7 months into this genocide, they have yet to militarily defeat the Palestinian resistance groups, again, operating out of a death camp. They can't defeat resistance groups operating out of a death camp. If you can't defeat them in these horrifying circumstances, you're never going to be able to defeat them. And they know that. This is all about grabbing as much land as possible and getting rid of as much Palestinians as possible,
should have gotten one of
which
those,
has always been Israel's reason for existing. And it shows you what an existential crisis Israel is in, because it has isolated itself around the world. And this is really the beginning of the end of the Zionist project, in the sense that it's not sustainable. It is not sustainable to continue to slaughter and genocide people when there's cameras everywhere. It's just not in the long run. The question then becomes, how many people are going to be killed in the process? Because Israel's not going to go down without a fight.
What I would do if I was
and
rich.
It's going to take a lot of people down with it. And it's the greatest threat to the security of the region for that reason.
Let's bring it back then finally to the United States. Biden's now damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. Having facilitated, more than facilitated, having collaborated with the massacre and maiming of tens of thousands of Palestinian women and children, he pays the political price for that. Now, with Trump trying to outdo him as Zion Don, he begins to feign discomfort at the level of the slaughter and the impudence of Netanyahu rejecting his so-called red lines. And he actually loses such support as he might have had from amongst the pro-Israel fanatics in the United States, most of whom, of course, are Christians. It never should be forgotten. His goose is cooked, isn't it? Biden is finished.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't see how Biden survives this politically. Just if you look at what's taking place across the country, you know, America calls itself a democracy, but really only a handful of states matter in the presidential election. And one of those states is Michigan. It has a huge Arab American population, many Palestinians, many Lebanese. And I'm not saying all of those people are going to sit this one out, but a lot of them are going to sit this one out, and they're not going to vote for Joe Biden. After you've slaughtered people's families and demonstrated how little you care about Arabs, how much you really just don't see them as human, when you've completely allied yourself with the Israeli government that's calling them, you know, human animals, people aren't going to vote for that. I know many members of my family, even some who aren't that political, find this behavior disgusting, and they can't vote for someone who's genocided people. He also has the problem of young people. I mean, look what he's done across the country. We have this massive uprising across campuses, across universities in America, where young people are saying they're sick of their tuition dollars being invested in a genocide, in Israel's military occupation, and moreover, in America's military industrial complex.
Wait, so
and
you
for
were
that,
circumcised
for
at
having
10?
these encampments, these very peaceful encampments, you know, with Palestinian flags and saying not in our name, not with our money, they were met across the country with riot police, tear gassing them, firing rubber bullets at them, beating them with batons, and arresting them. Over 2,500 students and others arrested across the country for protesting genocide and smeared as anti-Semites by the president himself. So young people, that's the worst way to try to inspire young people to come out and vote for you. So yeah, I think Biden is politically toast. And you know, when he does lose the election, he's going to blame it on Arabs and young people for getting Trump elected. But it's his fault. He can't win that game. He can't win this game where on the one hand he wants to be, you know, the hardcore Israel supporter who puts police on students and kills babies in Gaza, while on the other hand trying to be soft when Trump is going to outdo him. His advisors are idiots, and they'll go down in history probably as the worst political consultants ever. But of course, they'll keep being hired and they'll keep making money because they never learn from their mistakes. It's 2016 all over again, but on steroids.
Rania Khalek, superstar, thanks for joining us.
What'd you think about that, Zeta? Zeta liked it. Me and Zeta do telepathy now. So, in case y'all see me like talking, that's what I'm doing. Doing telepathy with my imaginary friend. My co-host.
Israel's war on Gaza has been going on for 7 months, and just hours after Hamas agreed to a ceasefire proposal, Israel launched a ground invasion and seized control of the border crossing in Rafah, where more than 1 million Palestinians had been sheltering. Meanwhile, here in the United States, the crackdown against campus protesters calling for an end to U.S. support for Israel's war on Gaza continues. Students have faced violence from the police, they've been arrested, they've been suspended, and some have even been expelled. Joining me now to discuss this is Batya Ungar-Sargon. She is the opinion editor at Newsweek and believes the Israeli military's conduct in Gaza has been just. Thank you for joining us. Let's talk about what's going on right now. Israel has killed nearly 35,000 Palestinians, a number that includes more than 13,000 children. The head of the World Food Program now has stated that northern Gaza has entered a mode of full-blown famine. You've made the case that Israel had the right to respond to the October 7th Hamas attacks.
What's good?
At this point, though, do you see Israel's response as proportional?
It's me, Zeta.
Yeah,
I've been
absolutely.
looks-maxing.
First
Look
of
at
all,
my
the
abs.
numbers that you cited, we get from Hamas, which
You like that?
you know, has
Barry Weiss.
an interest in inflating the
Bovine
numbers.
Barry.
In fact,
Oh, wait a minute.
Hamas
You're not
itself
Barry Weiss.
released a
Never
report
mind.
on Telegram about a month ago in which it stated that it cannot account for 11,000 of the people that they thought had been killed, effectively reducing the number to 22,000 by Hamas's own count. What proportionate means is it's not the proportion of civilian casualties on either side that we are comparing. Proportion in a war is the number of civilian casualties proportionate to the operation. And when you think about the number of Hamas militants Israel has killed relative to the tragic civilian casualties, it's very clear that that number is within the realm of what we have considered to be just war for, you know, modern history.
Got you. So a couple points. First, the Gazan Health Ministry historically has been very accurate with its death reports. They held up to the UN numbers within 4%. They've held up to Israel's own scrutiny in the past. They've held out to the West Bank Palestinian Authority's numbers, and of course, they're not friends with Hamas. So whether it's Israel, whether it's the West Bank, or whether it's outside international bodies, these numbers tend to be pretty accurate. And as far as the 11,000 number that you mentioned, I read the telegram in English and in Arabic, and it wasn't that they couldn't account for the bodies. They just wanted additional information identifying those people. So I just want to be clear. I don't want people to think that somehow Hamas had like a missing 11,000 bodies and that they'd inflated the numbers. There's no evidence of that. But to your more fundamental point, which I think is an interesting one, we've seen some things that seem to me outside the boundaries of just war. Countless human rights observers have documented how the attacks in Gaza have been somewhat indiscriminate. Residential buildings being bombed, schools, refugee camps, hospitals, even journalists have been targeted. How do you make sense of that?
I think the word targeted there is being misused. There are always tragic occurrences in any war, and what we have to
she's
determine,
like, oh, it was an accident.
in the case of Israel and Gaza, is, are these war crimes, or is this just war, which is always horrific?
Yeah.
There are always tragedies in war. Israel requires for any military attack 2 independently verified pieces of intelligence to attack a building, or even more so for a school or for a civilian building. I'm curious what you think of the fact that Israel has not entered a single hospital in Gaza in which they did not find evidence that Hamas had been using it to a certain degree. Now, you might say they've inflated the number of things they would have expected to find there, that they said there was going to be, some huge compound, and that maybe they didn't find it in some of these cases.
Yeah, one time I saw a box of dates. I was like, if I look under a hospital like Ashifa, for example, and I see, minimal evidence of a Hamas presence there, it makes me say, all right, this isn't a military target. But there's a bigger point here that I wanted to get at, which, to your point, for example, Israel's October 9th strike on the Jabalia refugee camp killed 39 people. According to the UN Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights, Israel provided no military objective. They provided no advance warnings. This is an example where this seems to be indiscriminate and certainly outside the boundaries of law.
The vast majority of the operation has been based on not a single, but on 2 independently verified pieces of evidence that a situation is being used by Hamas in a military way.
Every
now,
single
course,
school and hospital.
39 people is a large number. How would you explain that then?
This is
Hamas
a war.
using it. It's
right, but there was no military.
Hamas using it. I mean, yeah, they used the hospital. So you can't go destroy the hospital because the fucking people who live there use the hospital. Bovine berry. Yeah. I gotta get this guy in my. Hold on. I need. Zeta's gonna go to sleep. I need a new co-host. Give me a sec.
Military objective and no advance warning. Are those two things can't be defensible?
I can't recall that specific event, but there was, even from Israel's point of view, they killed 3 hostages in an accident during one of these operations. That obviously was not intentional, right?
That one makes sense to me, but killing 39 people with no military objective or advance warning seems different to me. But let me give you another example. October 31st, Israeli military airstrike happens on a 6-story apartment building near the Nusayrat refugee camp in central Gaza. That one killed 106 civilians, including 54 children. According to Human Rights Watch, no evidence of a military target in the vicinity of the building at the time of the attack, and Israeli authorities have offered no justification for the attack. I mean, these are large numbers. How do we explain that? Does that give you pause at least?
No, because,
no,
this is a war.
No,
and in a war, you have to go on the evidence that you have, on the intelligence that you have.
But they're not offering evidence.
And the vast majority of Israel's operations in Gaza have been based on a lot of intelligence. They've significantly weakened Hamas's ability to organize and to retaliate against them.
I hear you saying the majority, but let me give you another example. In February, a group of UN special rapporteurs expressed their concern about the, quote, deliberate targeting and extrajudicial killing of Palestinian women and children in places where they sought refuge or while fleeing. Some of them were reportedly holding white pieces of cloth when they were killed by the Israeli army. Again, there are, for every sort of claim that this is a just war and that, you know, bad things happen in war, there are just numerous instances where there seem to be clear violations of the rules of war, clear violations of international law, clear war crimes being committed. Is it possible that two things are true, right? That there are some unfortunate casualties that happen, maybe the hostage situation that you're describing, but at the same time, that also Israel has committed some war crimes here?
There's probably, at the end of this, going to be evidence that Israel has committed some war crimes. There has never been a war in which there were not war crimes committed.
That's
but
true.
That does not get to the heart of whether this is a just war and whether, as I keep saying, the vast majority of the operation has been done according to the rules of international law. But of course, there has never been a war without war crimes, and there will be evidence of those. The shooting of the 3 hostages is, of course, you know, very good example of one that even I think Israel would acknowledge.
So do you support then a full-scale investigation of Israeli war crimes?
Of course. I mean, why would we not? Who would not want that?
You'd be surprised how many guests I've had on who say just the opposite. Let's talk about these campus protests. I want to talk to that because that's obviously something that's incredibly important in the United States conversation right now. You've referred to students protesting as, quote, intifada revolutionary wannabes, saying, I hear you laughing a bit. I mean, it's an interesting turn of phrase. You said that they're a privileged caste engaging in self-indulgent narcissism.
Well, they chant intifada revolution, right? Like, what would you call, I mean, that's their chant, right? So I'm laughing because of the wannabes part, because like as someone who lived through the actual intifada, like, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't think that they're actually dangerous, but I think that they wish they were in a way because they chant intifada revolution, right? It's like, well, what do you think that means? Like vibes or?
It's an interesting question. I guess what I was curious about was you equating the anti-war protests to narcissism and self-indulgence.
Yeah. Well,
that's the part I'm
Yeah. Because I'm outraged about it, actually, because the Palestinians deserve good advocates, and this is not that. And the reason I know that is because I look at what Dr. King did, which was appeal to the common humanity in every person and say, you are like me and I am like you, and I know that together this nation is better than what we are right now and can be. And he managed to change the nation. To me, what these people are doing is the opposite. They're not showing up and saying, you know, the occupation is unbearable, right? How can we create a situation where Israel will no longer be doing that? How can we convince the most amount of people in the US, but also in Israel, which is like the stakeholder here and the person who has the entity that has control over it, that this is the wrong way and here is a different path? They are not trying to appeal to the broadest swath of the American people and change their minds. They're doing the opposite. They're intentionally using extremely violent, vile, and triggering language to limit the number of people who are going to agree with their cause, to limit it so that they can feel moral superiority over everyone who doesn't agree with them. And I think that that's outrageous.
Couple thoughts. The first thing is, I think the difference with the King argument is that MLK was convincing his fellow citizens domestically on a kind of civil response to structural injustice internally. I think that's different than King's response, say, to the Vietnam War. He wasn't challenging the campus protests. When King dies in '68, he wasn't saying we shouldn't be on college campuses protesting the war. You know,
but it was our war. Like, we are not fighting in Gaza.
We're funding it, though, and that's literally that's the argument. That's the argument, though. That, you hear me out. That's the argument that the students are making. They're saying that we are funding it through our tax dollars. We are sending weapons, and the universities that they're at are literally investing in the Israeli state, and so they're calling for a divestment movement. They're saying we're complicit, and we want to stop being complicit.
But what we are actually doing, and this is the way the vast majority of Americans see it, is we are helping an ally that does actual work for us.
The vast majority?
Yeah, 80% of Americans back Israel over Hamas. Yes.
Yeah, but 55% disapprove of Israel's war in Gaza. 70% support a permanent ceasefire and de-escalation of violence.
Who does not support a permanent ceasefire?
Netanyahu?
I support a permanent ceasefire.
So you support...
Not this minute, but that's
what Americans want.
That is not what they're talking about.
No. I mean, of course, everybody supports peace.
Yes,
do you like ice cream? Do you like kittens?
That's what they're saying. That is what they're saying. They're saying we like kittens. We want peace. We want a permanent ceasefire. Everybody wants. Who would say no to that?
People who believe that a permanent ceasefire is not possible because they believe that Hamas is perpetually violent and that the only way they can be controlled is by Israel maintaining effective control and effectively an apartheid domination of all of historic Palestine. That's what lots of people believe. But again, 52% believe that the U.S. government should halt weapons shipments to Israel until Israel stops the attack on Gaza. That doesn't sound like support of Israel.
No, it's until Israel stops. The question was, should America, I mean, the poll that I saw, should America halt shipments of weapons to Israel until Israel stops halting humanitarian aid?
No, I'll read no, that's not true. That's just not accurate. I'll read the question to you.
Okay, that is the study that I saw.
There's more than one study, and the one I read and that I'm quoting from says, do you think that the U.S. should stop weapons shipments to Israel until Israel discontinues its attacks on the people of Gaza, end quote. And 52% said yes.
Yes, because its attacks are not on the people of Gaza. They are on Hamas and Hamas's infrastructure and Hamas militants.
But then there have been other people who have made the claim that we're not at war with Hamas. We're at war with the state of Gaza. We're at war with the Palestinian people.
Yeah, people say stupid things. I mean,
yeah, but some of them are in. Yeah, but
people in our government say stupid things too, right,
yes,
Mark?
but if it's John Bolton, for example, we can't just say, oh, people say crazy things. If you're the architect of foreign policy, that's different. I'm talking people in Netanyahu's cabinet are saying this stuff.
Yeah, you have to show, though, that it's had an actual impact on the way that the war is being executed.
Well, I did earlier. I showed all the different, the refugee camps, the hospitals, the indiscriminate strikes that are killing, dozens of people. I'm just going to give you an example here. A retired Major General Giora Island, also former head of National Security Council and the current advisor to the defense minister. So this isn't just some retired guy who's just talking from his chair. He clearly stated on November 19th that the whole Gazan civilian population was a legitimate target and that, quote, severe epidemics in the south of the Gaza Strip will bring victory closer. So even the epidemics in the south are seen as evidence of defeating the quote-unquote enemy. These epidemics aren't happening just to Hamas. Hamas isn't just starving. Hamas isn't just getting sick. He said Israel is not fighting against a terrorist organization, but against the state of Gaza. This is the advisor to the Minister of Defense.
Wait, do you deny that Hamas has a political wing that runs the state of Gaza? I mean, the state meaning like the political wing of Hamas? Do you deny that?
No, I don't deny that. Here's the problem. If you say we're fighting against all of the Palestinians, they're all a legitimate target, and I'm not fighting against Hamas.
It's insane to defend what they're saying.
Say everybody's a target. I don't.
But that's what. But
I don't need to defend that. I need to defend the IDF's operation. But
you don't think there's a connection between Netanyahu?
I know that there is no connection between that because I know that the IDF is not responding to what this. They're not looking at Haaretz and Yisrael Hayom.
This is the advisor to the Minister of Defense. Again, this isn't some retired general saying get off my lawn. This is the advisor to the Minister of Defense.
You can look at what the IDF has done on the ground.
Yes.
The fact that they have issued millions and millions of warnings. I mean, this has never happened in the history of warfare before, where a military is literally telegraphing to the enemy what they are about to do in order to warn civilians to get them out of harm's way. That has never happened before in the history of warfare. That a military is literally warning the enemy to protect the enemy's civilian population.
We have seen that before. We've seen it in Syria. We've seen it in Iraq. But
to the degree that the Israelis...
That's a different claim. I was responding to your initial claim, which was that no army's ever done that. But
to the tune of millions and millions and millions of messages, warnings, multiple warnings, literally allowing their targets to escape to protect the civilian population. I mean, does that not have any merit with you? Do you not think that's deserving of like recognition, that people should recognize that that happens?
So I think this isn't extraordinary to allow civilian populations to escape.
No, but the extent to which the IDF goes is extraordinary.
All right. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time, so we'll have to leave it there.
What a maniac, dude.
Thank you so much for joining me on Up Front.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, they lost the fucking sense. Like, they can't maintain that narrative, right? They're off the deep end. James Lindsay's Gnosticism grift? What? Where the fuck? Who is this person? Why is that on my feed? When have I ever watched anything? I mean, I think it's about different Gnosticism. Yeah, she's just trying to maintain the fucking line, you know. I mean, it's already getting dicey, I think, for the corporate media to defend it, right? Like that, they're all gonna look like shit. They're probably gonna, I don't know what kind of pushback there is, but I imagine that, like, a lot of the people on TV don't like continuing to fucking justify this, right? It's gonna haunt them. Jesus, it wasn't real. Who was this person's in my feed twice? Carolyn Borisenko. You're really pushing this, huh? This lady's a crank right here. Yeah. Worst period of time trials.
A few kilometers away, there's all the medicines you need, there's all the food you need, there's all the water you need. Why are we allowing this to go on?
No.
Let's deal with the issue.
I mean, he
of
probably
the
hit
illegal
it, you know,
occupation of the West Bank, the illegal bombardment
really
of
his
civilian targets in Gaza, and the horror story of 34,000 people whose lives have been terminated, including 15,000 children who will never know the joy of growing up and making their contribution to our world.
15,000 children.
The politics
How do you
of
defend
Western
that,
Europe
Bacha?
and North America
15,000
and the politics of most of the mainstream media have really enabled Israel to get away with this. Obviously what happened on October the 7th was awful. Holding of hostages is awful. But killing 34,000 people doesn't bring anybody back. And the almost universal attempt by European and North American governments to close down protest, it hasn't worked. The opposite's been the case. We've now had 14 national demonstrations in London, 11 universities have now got encampments at them in the UK, and a very large number in the USA. It's become a global movement for justice for the Palestinian people. When Stephen Capo, who's a Holocaust survivor, spoke in Hyde Park recently, a huge crowd was totally silent as he relayed his story of his childhood under Nazi occupation. He was there as part of a very large number of Jewish people that had joined that demonstration, the Jewish bloc. And the numbers of people from all denominations and none that have attended the marches is absolutely huge. What we have are marches of hope, not of hate. These are marches of people wanting to bring about peace for the people of Palestine. It should also be said, and this isn't reported very much, a considerable number of people in Israel are also opposed to the occupation, also opposed to the bombardment. That's a voice that needs to be heard as well. From horror stories comes hope. The poetry that's been written by those that have subsequently lost their lives. Rufat Al-Hariya's poem, If I Must Die, is very, very powerful. He says, fly the kite with a long white tail over Gaza to remember me when I'm gone. The people that have awoken to the horror of what's going on in front of them and an indomitable spirit of Palestinian people to survive. That's what gives hope to the world. The media overall, I don't think has covered itself in glory. It has tended to be partisan in its reporting and its analysis of the history of the situation. Independent media is crucial to all of us. DDN is brilliant.
Let's get cranking.
Follow DDN on Patreon.
What are y'all thinking? Oh, yeah, I got some shit.
Since 1971, NASA probes have taken more than 10 million photos of Mars. Some photos show what seem to be artificial doors, manually cut stones, and even the ruins of pyramids millions of years old. These Martian pyramids exactly match the relative position of the ones in Egypt. I'll show you pictures and videos from verified sources only, because there are thousands of structures you need to see, and we have plenty of proof that some of them are artificial.
Really? Dude.
Nature works in circular, oval shapes, spirals, and curves. There are almost no right angles in nature here on Earth. Then, who can explain this perfectly square structure spanning hundreds of yards? This gigantic square is on Mars, yet it looks quite man-made. From the presence of geological formations on Earth, we know that below 5% of cliffs have a right angle in some form. And here, we have 4 perfect right angles. The geological chance of this happening is 0.00063%. That's much closer to 0 than to 1. Right angles can occur in nature. But with these astrological odds, something similar might happen only once or twice per planet. Yet, on Mars, we have thousands of right-angled monoliths, triangle-shaped objects, perfect cubes, signs of quarrying stone.
Holy shit.
There are many doorways or caves that seem right-angled or artificial. Of course, some of these might not have been doors. They could have been natural caves, but some could have been water reservoirs, like the ones we have here on Earth, in Petra. If we die today, in a million years, the only things left would be the rock dwellings and water reservoirs we dug into the sediments. Our ancestors lived on Earth for more than a few million years, and all we have left are the stone carvings and stone tools, sanctuaries and stone temples. On Mars, we found many carvings that look like sanctuaries and ritual places. There are several perfectly round holes. I showed you some of the thousands of artificially looking objects, but before we proceed to examine them, it's important to know that Mars isn't the only planet we have pictures of. We have over 200,000 images of Venus, over 200,000 of Mercury, over 450,000 of Saturn and Jupiter. We have more pictures of other planets combined than we have of Mars, and there isn't a single photo that resembles artificial structures anywhere on those pictures or anywhere else in our solar system. Well, there's one other place. And I don't think it's a coincidence. There's a 1 mile tall monolith structure on the closest object to Mars, on Mars' own moon, Phobos.
Them Phobos monolith.
We should go boldly where man has not gone before.
I love this.
Fly by the comets, visit asteroids, visit the moon of Mars. There's a monolith there, a very unusual structure on this little potato-shaped object that goes around Mars once in 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well,
put that there?
The universe put it there. If you choose, God put it there.
The monolith he mentioned is 1 mile long and taller than our highest skyscrapers.
No.
On Phobos, there is barely any gravity. This allows the structure to exist. Whether it's artificial or not, I can't really determine from one photo. I need more angles. But don't you find it interesting that the only other place in our solar system where we found square monoliths, aside from Mars, is on its moon, Phobos? We now know that millions of years ago, Mars had flowing water and a pleasant atmosphere. But did you know there's still water on Mars? NASA discovered actual flowing water on the red planet. There are more than a few images of flowing water, and there is plenty of frozen water on the poles too. Life was possible on Mars, but sadly, only stone structures can remain after millions of years. And if there was any intelligent life, luckily, we know exactly what ruins to look for and where to find them. Ancient glyphs, symbols, forms of writings, petroglyphs, drawings of animals, drawings of lizards, items like rings, angels carved into the stone. I can't help but mention how much these resemble Sumerian drawings of the Anunnaki gods, Enki and Enlil. On top of all that, there are many, many pictures of silhouettes resembling buildings.
Wow. Yeah, you know, it's like we have these NASA models for like what the climate was like, but we don't really know that like there could have been a huge fucking calamity at some point. Like all the NASA models are based off like gradual change, right? Like the existing trends that we see have been going on for a while, right? Not like something major happened that shook things up, like a volcanic eruption or asteroid impact or, you know, sort of like climactic, you know, what if it was like there was a civilization there, they could have fucked themselves up in a number of ways and changed, like drastically changed the planet so that like all of our geology and like, you know, remote sensing is all, we have just like the mistaken preconceptions that fuck up all of our analysis.
Hundreds of Martian pyramids or tetrahedrons don't look quite natural to me. All of this evidence points us toward a wild assumption. There once existed a thriving technological civilization on Mars. It was sometime when the planet
I could
had
go over some
oceans
space potatoes
millions
right
of
now.
years ago. Mainstream scientists believe around
Supposedly
65 million
billions
years
of years
ago,
ago.
the planet lost its atmosphere due to a worldwide cataclysm. But I don't think any of the artifacts and monoliths we just saw would have survived for that long. Either scientists are wrong, or all of these artifacts are natural formations. But perhaps a world-threatening event did happen 65 million
That's what I
years
just
ago.
said. Okay.
But if the planet didn't lose its atmosphere back then life could have existed for much longer after that. I believe Mars was once suitable for intelligent life. Sadly, it no longer is. Or is it? All the photos we saw were taken by NASA. That's why I would question the authenticity of some images. NASA has a history of fabricating and falsifying pictures. Don't believe me? Let's examine some Mars photos closely. NASA tests its Mars rovers or Devon Island in Canada because the terrain is very similar to Mars. This island is the largest uninhabited island on our planet. The thing is, NASA doesn't only test its rovers there, but often takes actual photos of Devon Island and labels them as taken on Mars. In many of the Mars images, we find bones of Arctic animals like walruses. We find small rodents like the Arctic lemming, for example. This is a rodent native to the Devon Island. There are whale spinal columns, vertebra. Either our Arctic animals lived on Mars, or NASA takes some of its Mars photos here on Earth. So which one is it? And how can we trust NASA with the other photos if they fabricated these ones? Well, we can't. They could have easily tampered with them in a way for us to never know the truth. But there are some things they've forgotten to hide. One of them is Mars' past conditions. 100 million years ago, Mars was very different from today. From extracted sedimentary layers and ice sheets, we know Mars had a much thicker atmosphere and a much warmer climate. There are thousands of river valleys, canyons, and lake beds on Mars. The red planet still has an atmosphere, right now, but it's very thin, and primarily composed of carbon dioxide. But did you know that 4 billion years ago, before there were any plants, Earth's atmosphere had almost no oxygen too? Well, after 2 billion years passed, cyanobacteria developed in the oceans, which led to the production of oxygen, the oxygenation of our planet, so to speak. I believe the same thing happened on Mars back then. We have proved that there were very large oceans there once. The climate was similar to ours, and intelligent life might have evolved. But then something very horrible happened, and all the oxygen in their atmosphere got blasted into outer space. But what could have caused such destruction? Surely we can look at Martian soil, polar caps, and water, and determine whether anything weird happened. Well, scientists did just that, and in Martian soil, they found an isotope called xenon-129. And the only way you get it is by detonating nuclear warheads. A nuclear war happened on Mars.
Yeah.
I've shown this to several nuclear weapons experts, and they have affirmed that this is nuclear weapon signature. There is no other process that can create such a xenon spectrum.
Wow.
Since xenon-129 is a radioactive isotope, thanks to some scientific calculations, we know that it can last only for about 15 million years. This means that whatever happened on Mars didn't happen earlier than 15 million years ago. If there really was a nuclear war on the red planet, it would have gone like this. Nuclear war starts. Several nations blast each other all across the globe. As a result of the explosions, huge nitrogen oxide clouds burst into the atmosphere, depleting the ozone layer of the planet. Without an ozone layer, UV radiation eradicates all plants, which leads to the survivors slowly suffocating under the nitrogen oxide cloud. The same nuclear blasts cause not only the ozone layer to disappear, but they force volcanoes to erupt. The triggering of catastrophic events on a planetary scale affects the molten core's dynamics. And we know Mars had a magnetic field thanks to its core, just like Earth. Because of the ozone layer disappearing, the sun winds slowly chip at the planet. The now very thin atmosphere doesn't protect the planet from asteroid impacts anymore. The planet is no longer habitable. Through the next few million years, Mars loses its magnetic field. It's officially a dead planet now. Just like we want to colonize Mars now and have a second planet to rely on. Probably Martians had the same idea back then. They saw that Earth was full of water and had a great atmosphere. Some believers of this theory think that Martians were smart enough to get out, fly to Earth, and inhabit it, saving their lives. And the time frame matches. If we look at how it took millions of years for previous human species to evolve, one can't help but wonder how come this Homo species that I cannot pronounce evolved to Homo sapiens in just 200,000 years, 10 times faster than the previous species. Perhaps something else happened. Perhaps humans came from Mars. This is all speculation, of course, because there are a few explanations for the xenon isotope found on Mars. Yeah, one of them is the nuclear war, but others are just as plausible, if not even more plausible. Xenon 129 can be a result of atmospheric changes or volcanic activity, but that doesn't necessarily mean there was no life on Mars. And if there was any life, when did it die? We know the oldest stone tools we found and verified on Earth are almost 4 million years old. Yet there's a consensus among scientists that stone tools and carvings like flint or obsidian can survive for more than 15 million years. If we believe that any of the pictures I showed you are authentic and they're actually artificial, and we piece things together and we have to bet, I would say life on Mars ended in the past 15 million years. Whether there was a nuclear war and what happened to the survivors, you tell me in the comments. And if you're into space conspiracies, check out my 30-minute episode on the moon landing, or dive into UFOs and panspermia. Did you know humanity might have come from another planet? See you in that video.
That was grind. Did we watch this already? I feel like we probably did.
Once in a blue moon, something is discovered that completely rocks the world of archaeology and invites us to reconsider what we understand of history. One such thing was discovered in 2005. Archaeologist Samir Osmanagic was visiting a museum in Visoko in Bosnia-Herzegovina when he realized, stunned, that a very large hill in the valley had 4 clear triangular sides, an even grade slope, obvious corners, and even an apex, the exact geometry of a pyramid. Given his research of other pyramids, Samir investigated other criteria to find that it was also structurally aligned with the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west, another fundamental feature of the ancient pyramids. At every turn, the geometric precision and structural evidence of his research showed that this so-called hill and 5 additional places in the valley were structures that had been created, engineered by the ancients, and hidden by vegetation over thousands of years. The discovery was nothing short of epic. Not only were these the first pyramids to be discovered in Europe, 2 of them, the Pyramids of the Moon and the Pyramid of the Sun, are both larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza, with the Pyramid of the Sun, according to this archaeologist, now measuring as the largest pyramid in the world.
Jesus.
Well, when fossils taken from the structure revealed the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun dated back 35,000
Look how
years,
fucking big that is.
which is well before our current understanding of civilization, the revelations did not land well with established academics. Within hours of the international announcement of this extraordinary discovery, the story suddenly disappeared. In the meantime, geologists and archaeologists from many countries petitioned the Bosnian government to stop Samir's excavations, claiming his discoveries were merely natural formations. Nonetheless, 55 skeptical but curious archaeologists joined him to learn more, concluding at finish that it did appear to be true. Nature could not have formed these mountains. They are artificially created structures. But the others in the field, without even visiting it, threatened his excavation efforts with incredible resistance.
Look at that. It looks so
These
fucking...
trusted archaeological
wow.
experts assumed and concluded Samir must be a fraud, and they labeled his discovery a hoax. Rather than be swayed, however, their resistance made it clear to Samir that he was onto something big. For the next few years, he fought a legal battle to ensure his right to excavate, even suing the government for trying to block his scientific study. Finally, he succeeded, and even received the government's blessings in his research. Normally, archaeological excavation is a very conservative science, and it only permits accredited academics who keep all the revelations secret until such time it is revealed. Though Samir is powerless to public defamation from established mainstream institutions, he found the perfect strategy to protect his research and decided that this project would belong to the people. So he engaged all those who wished to contribute and learn, making sure that all discoveries would be fully transparent. His non-profit organization, Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun Foundation, welcomed thousands of enthusiastic international volunteers in the excavation and discoveries of what appears to be the oldest pyramid in the world. Join the universe inside you and create a new reality as we share what research of the Bosnian pyramids has revealed thus far. Decide for yourself whether you think the features are all just miraculous coincidences of nature or ancient monuments that could be part of a global grid with an electromagnetic function we have yet to fully understand. You're probably thinking, it's far more likely that the four sides of that mountain are just a coincidence. After all, the only ancient pyramids we hear about are in Egypt and Mexico. Well, actually, a growing number of archaeologists researching the so-called mounds around the world believe differently. Cutting-edge scientific research shows that round and multi-sided pyramid structures made of adobe, limestone, and granite are far more common than thought, and that they exist, in fact, on every continent, brushed off as mountains, hills, empty tombs, or even piles of rocks, because they're so much older than we've realized. And also, of course, because we still can't figure out why any civilization would go through all the trouble of building these enormous structures of unimaginable weight for no practical reason, unless the reason's yet to be revealed. In other words, we don't know what we don't know. So before we share the facts about the Bosnian Pyramid, the BPS, consider this first. If we knew that pyramids held a practical function, and if we were open to the possibility that civilization's history on Earth goes back much further than we've acknowledged, would we notice the similarities of these pyramid structures on every continent? Like the almost 2,000
Why do we have the
pyramids
pyramids
in
on
China
them? That's
that
a
are
good
over
point.
12,000 years old, the 224 in Sudan, the 43 in Sicily, the 3 in Palencia, Spain, where there are pictures of reptilian-like beings, and where one, tragically, was recently destroyed.
More than two sides of the pyramid from an angle.
Would we see the 104 in the
Doesn't
Canary
it have
Islands?
8 sides?
Or those in East Africa?
Isn't it
Or those in El
multifaceted?
Salvador
It's
and
got the
Honduras,
two-
including this one, where an interior temple
It's got 8
reveals
sides.
what appears to be Mayans and spaceships. Would we see Cambodia's?
Or the Bosnian one. I don't
Would
know.
we
how
notice the
many times.
100-meter-high pyramids in Indonesia?
The Bosnian one looks like it's
And
also.
would we see that in the United States of America, the 200 mounds in southern Illinois have all the criteria of ancient pyramids? Or how about this mysterious one in Antarctica? And we mustn't forget those underwater, off the coast of Japan, and off the coast of Florida. So, as you can see, every continent has evidence of these structures, and yet we're still telling ourselves that primitive people built these for their dead, and built them in ways we can't figure out. Could it be that there's more to this story than this accepted narrative about primitive civilizations? According to Samir and other archaeologists, these assumptions are not the true purpose of these world structures. New archaeological revelations, particularly the research from the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, suggests that pyramids were not mounds,
I don't know if
tombs
it's an
for pharaohs
octagon,
or their
but
other leaders, but were built
every
for other
side is
purposes
actually 2 sides.
tens of thousands of years ago, and that they
slant it.
were, in fact, complex
it.
energy machines. Most importantly, he says these energy machines do 4 things. They create
I
energy
guess
fields
it's an
that support
octagon,
healing.
yeah.
They improve the molecular
Or
structure
no,
of
but there's a
water
bottom
and
too,
food.
right?
That they
9
advance
sides.
spiritual and mental abilities. And, most surprisingly of all, that they transmit and receive interstellar communication
Yeah,
through
you know,
the
what if-
apex via
damn.
scalar wave technology.
Yeah, what if there was some sort of like
This is a lot to take in, so keep.
Yeah, what if there was like, so if there was like a predecessor species, right? And we were all just like different projects that say they like, they like juice life up on a planet, and when it's done, like Mercury's like a seed, and then the Venus planet is like a fucking precursor, and then there's like life is the third planet, and then it's just like a cycle, but the pyramids are part of some sort of like control mechanism for like, the created worlds, right? Like if you're like one of these godlike species, like, and you're like making these planets to like put life on them, I could see you doing something like that, like it's like a brand or something, like when they leave the factory, it's got the same fucking like adapter, it's got like the same size plug, so they can hit it from or whatever their spaceships and shit. Like sort of like a star, like in Stargate, like sort of like the function of the Stargate in the Stargate shows.
Keeping worldwide pyramids in mind, let's have a look at Bosnia now to see if it meets the criteria of an artificially engineered structure, or to see if it's just a massive hill and a cruel hoax. Any ancient monument that's not in the desert could be hard to discern if it's covered with foliage and soil over millennia. If you look at the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun from the land, it's easy to see why the structure just looks like a hill. From a drone or a plane, however, the clarity of the shape becomes more obvious.
Yeah, it does
You can
something.
also see the terrain
I feel like that's
if Google Maps didn't make it fuzzy and indistinguishable.
I feel like it's like a global energy system. Like you build a pyramid there, and it plugs your town into like some sort of global grid. Something like that. But like we don't see it in operation. Like it's too much of it's missing to see like the missing functionality of it. Like in the Expanse books, they go to a planet like that. It's like the dead species live there, and there's like all kinds of like planetary engineering stuff like built into the planet, and it's like out of function. They have to like turn it back on. It's stuff like that, right? Like it does something that's like so it's like a different power level above where we are now, and we just can't recognize it.
Which is interesting, since other areas are so clear and distinct at the same distance. Does Google want to keep something mysterious? So what exactly distinguishes a pyramid from a hill or mountain? There are 10 scientific criteria that pyramids possess. We'll name each and compare how the Bosnian pyramid weighs in on those requirements.
I feel like it's a pretty
the most
reasonable
obvious quality of a pyramid is its shape and geometry. For most structures, this means 4-sided equilateral triangles. But pyramids do have other shapes: 3, 5, 6 sides, or even circular ones. As mentioned, BPS has 4 sides, angles of 60 degrees, and the south side has a causeway, which distracts from the perfection of those angles. Simply replace the green with the brown, and the shape of this so-called hill looks just like this. In 2006, Samir uncovered the foliage on the northeast corner to find exactly what he expected: 2 sides that met at an angle. Could nature do that? The second thing is side orientation to the cardinal points and alignment to true north.
That's crazy.
While the Pyramid of Giza holds an error to
Yeah,
true
that
north
alignment to
of
true
0
north is
degrees and
pretty
2
fucking
minutes,
nuts. I don't
the
know.
Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun holds an error of 0 degrees 0 minutes and 12 seconds, making it even more precisely aligned with true north
Damn, dude, look
than the
at
Great
that.
Pyramid in Egypt.
That's
Still,
incredible.
we're asked to believe this is just a coincidence.
Wow.
The third is artificially constructed building materials. As mentioned, ancient structures become indistinguishable with overgrowth that buries whatever building materials are there. Take, for example, the 2 well-known pyramids in the Mexican Yucatan, in Cova
The
and
alignment to
Calakmul,
true north is
which appear to be
pretty
hills in
hard
the
to.
midst of the jungle.
That's a
Except that an
coincidence? No
excavated
way.
side reveals the granite and sandstone. When excavations began for BPS, at roughly 3.5 feet of soil, large rectangular blocks were discovered.
Look at those things.
Each weighing 7 tons and having 6 flat sides. These blocks were stacked neatly together with clay binding and showed evidence of perfect symmetrical formation and placement, even having unusual and unique patterns. They also have quartz crystal in them, a powerful energy conductor that we use today in almost everything. Samples of the material binding these enormous stones were sent to 7 separate international laboratories for examination, and each one determined separately of the others that rock, sand, water, and clay
Dude, what the
in
fuck,
the binding
man? What the hell
is
is
a
going on
synthetic
in this fucking
concrete
planet?
called polymer concrete. This material is so strong and so durable that compared to today's concrete, the ancient polymer rates far superior in strength to what we presently use. It also has a surprisingly low water absorption rate of 1% versus our 3%, which would obviously contribute to withstanding weather over time. Skeptics claim the building blocks of the structure are just coincidental, natural formations. Some have even gone so far as to accuse Samir of shaping the hills, placing stones in ways to make it seem like it was engineered. So have a look at these terraces. Do they look like a natural formation to you, or something you could just throw together? The fourth element is artifacts. Excavations on or near the area have uncovered some unusual artifacts, like this giant round stone. No explanations known for how or when it was carved, but visitors spend time near them and find that ailments and pain is lifted.
Everyone I know from Chicago is proud of Chicago.
This rock, found on the Pyramid of the Dragon, appears to be a map of the 3 main pyramids. This small ceramic pyramid was ironically found near the structures at a site overseen by an archaeologist who petitioned to stop Samir's research. She insisted the find was not related to the nearby structure, so it was never reported to the local Visoko Museum. It supposedly went to Germany for research, but appears to have not been seen since then. This stone from the valley also seemed to show an astronomical map, but it's been revealed since that it appears to be a map not of stars, but of the structures themselves in their layout in the valley. Much of the rocks found do have carvings, and here's a compilation of those symbols that were carved into the rocks. This small head was found, and it's very unusual, as was this pigmented effigy, along with stones that appear to look like feet, all dating prehistorically. And those are just a few. Another quality is inner chambers. Everyone knows Giza has mysterious chambers at odd angles inside the structure. Not long ago, at Chichen Itza, an ancient access tunnel was discovered, which only local tribes knew of. It had been sealed for hundreds of years. True to form, geothermal analysis of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun reveals no less than 7 layers of passageways within it, which appear to wind in a spiral throughout the structure. Measured, these would stretch for miles and miles. As it continues to be excavated, in time, these will surely be known. A lesser-known characteristic of pyramids are the presence of surrounding tunnels. Oftentimes, these tunnel systems are undiscovered or simply not made public by authorities. Other pyramids, in Egypt and China, are known to have them, but the tunnels that were discovered and excavated near the BPS have already exceeded the distance measured by all other pyramids, making it the most extensive underground network around any pyramid known to man. The tunnel walls themselves are made of conglomerate, a natural combination of sand, rock, and pebbles, tightly compacted over thousands of years by water sources. But Samir's team discovered that many of these tunnels had clearly been sealed, either to keep them a secret or to block the flow of energy that's created by water, the tunnels, and the pyramid itself. When organic material from this debris was carbon dated, it revealed that these tunnels were sealed only 5,000 years ago. It was also discovered that the stone blocks used to make the pyramid were the same substance as the material removed from the tunnels, revealing that the creators of the tunnels also created the pyramid. And that precedes the 5,000-year mark. Further investigation in the tunnels found large blocks at precise distances of 10 feet apart, the largest one being 18,000 pounds, or 8 tons. One of the most fascinating things found in the sealed tunnels was a huge 8-ton smooth stone block, which appears to be strategically placed over flowing water. This rock had symbols carved onto it. Multiple analysis by the Institute of Atomic Physics revealed that this large block is an artificially constructed material, again, a synthetic ceramic made over 35,000 years ago. Investigations discovered that it was in 2 pieces, a lid sealed over a supportive base, and georadar analysis revealed that the center was carved out and held some kind of mineral that was different from the ceramic, likely a quartz crystal, given the powerful electromagnetic conductivity of this object. Precise EMF readings taken near the object consistently reveal the frequency of 7.83 hertz. The 6th of the criteria is running water. All world pyramids were built near rivers and streams, just like the Pyramid of Giza has the Nile nearby, and water sources underneath it. BPS is near a river and has extensive layers of underground streams at different depths. But perhaps one of the most extraordinary features of this site are the mathematical relationships between structures and the sacred geometry created as a result. Sacred geometry is the geometrical patterns and the mathematical laws in nature, from the most minuscule particles to the greater cosmos, upon which all creation is founded, thus making mathematics and geometry a universal language. These principles convey the interconnectedness of all nature, reminding us that we have a relationship to the whole of creation. These patterns include pi and the golden mean, and are often cryptically woven into the works of great artists and structural engineers. They are, in fact, an elevated expression of wisdom. When you connect the apex of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun with the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon and the Pyramid of the Dragon, it creates an equilateral triangle. Then, within it, if you connect 2 other structures with the tunnel entrance, it creates a second triangle. Equilateral triangles and triangles within others are sacred geometry. When you consider the points of the natural surrounding landmarks, the tunnel entrances, and where the rivers meet, you get a third triangle, the largest one. Keep the same midpoints for all 3, and you have the base for the flower of life, as you would see it from above. Traditionally, esoteric studies reveal that the torids in the flower of life imply dimensionality. Like in Egypt, the length of the base divided by the height is pi, irrational numbers. According to Samir, these mathematical principles were carefully engineered and are powerful forces contributing to the movement of energy. What he explains is the true message of the pyramid, that the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, the Moon, the Dragon, and of Love are flowing with energy, as though they were alive. Since few of us today are actually taught the profound implication of this extraordinary wisdom of sacred geometry, it's easy to overlook how important these expressed patterns are in ancient structural engineering. It's also worthy to note that pi wasn't officially discovered until a few hundred years ago. So, did our primitive ancestors somehow figure it out? Or was it, again, just a coincidence? The 8th criteria is astronomical features. As we pointed out in our Mars video, there are consistent astronomical features present among all ancient pyramids on Earth. And one of the most extraordinary moments in Bosnia happens on June 22nd, summer solstice, just before the sun sets. But this is when the shadow of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun perfectly eclipses the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon. Samir has shared that of all the pyramids he's studied, this clear, obvious relationship connecting the two is by far the most rare and unique. Of course, experts are again claiming this is pure coincidence. The 9th of the criteria is location with energy potential, namely volcanic lines. Samir discovered that if you draw invisible lines to connect all the world's volcanoes, ancient monuments are built on these invisible lines, especially where they intersect with other lines. For example, Easter Island meets over 10 intersected lines, Machu Picchu on 16. But the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, matched only by Chichen Itza, meets on 26 volcanic intersected lines, more than any other monument. As we noted in our video about Nikola Tesla, Tesla knew that if you could amplify electricity over time, we could dramatically improve the state of our planet without harming it the way current technology does. So, the combination of these lines, the tunnels, flowing water, and an iron plate deep in the earth, all contribute to amplify the energy of the structure. And the result? You have a powerful conductor of electromagnetic energy, one which leads to the final and the most exciting criteria of a pyramid, particularly of
free
EPS,
energy,
and that is measurable energy flow. For millennia, Earth has held a natural frequency, a pulse per se of 7.83, which is known as the Schumann resonance. It's vital to our emotional and physical well-being, but has increased rapidly over the last few decades as a direct result of technology. EMF radiation from cell phones, Wi-Fi, TVs, power, atomic explosions, microwave energy, and much more. These bombardments have pushed the Earth's frequency as high as 16 hertz.
What if, like, our global energy system, like, got off base somewhere and we developed this weird little pervert civilization because of it? And then, like, the aliens came back and saw that we were all fucked up and shit, but it was too bizarre for them to, like, put a stop to it. So they're just, like, watching us in horror, like, what did we do to these fucking people? Oh, no.
This slows down our mental processing, harms our cells, and negatively affects many things.
Like I was saying about the
If
Israelis
BPS
earlier.
were just a hill, energy frequencies would measure the same as everywhere else around the globe. But with every EMF, sonic, and ultrasound reading, the frequencies measured at BPS consistently show the Schumann frequency, 7.83, especially in the tunnels. And the result is nothing short of miraculous. Water and food brought from beneath and around the structure has superior molecular structure. And volunteers involved in the excavation have experienced dramatic, unexplainable healing, from respiratory illnesses to spinal injuries. They just disappear.
Yeah. Give me that frequency.
Why? We know that charged ions from flowing water supports health and kills microbes in the body. The iron beneath the earth increases electromagnetic flow. Quartz helps conduct energy. And the Schumann resonance promotes serenity and health. So, is it any wonder people report elevated emotional and physiological states near the pyramids? This doesn't happen just anywhere, especially on any hill. Could the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun be the energy machine that Samir hypothesizes? It's on the summit of the pyramid, however, that something really spectacular happens with energy flow. The electromagnetic fields are amplified 60 times stronger than anywhere else on the planet, measuring consistently at 28 kilohertz for a radius of 13 feet at the very apex of the structure, and would appear to look like this.
I mean, what if it's like a governing chip,
This frequency, by the way, has been associated
like the
with
restrictor
levitation
plate
in
for
experiments
NASCAR.
done with ping pong balls by the American Ralph Ring. Is there a relationship to the frequency of
That's how
levitation
you keep your
and
planet
the frequency
healthy.
being emitted from the summit of this pyramid? Needless to say, natural mounds and hills do not create energy bursts 60 times greater than the Earth. Not even other pyramids show that kind of reading. But something powerful was caught on film at another location.
It makes sense if it was the
When in
biggest.
2009, a father photographing his children just before a lightning storm at Chichen Itza, Mexico.
Wow.
This photo offers a visual of the exact sort of energy beam that's being measured above the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. Could this energy be an indication of a greater purpose that the pyramids served? Even more evidence of the pyramid's energy has been caught on video camera. A camera which was specifically designed to capture
What did they say? What if
bioenergy
Earth
fields.
is a gas
This footage
station?
shows the horizontal energy lines which blanket all the land and all other hills. But when you reach the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon, those lines suddenly become vertical.
I wanted to watch Professor Simon's video about
it's been
that.
noted that some kind of unidentified craft is
Did we watch
entering
that?
and leaving the actual boundary of the pyramid, perhaps interdimensionally. But that's a whole other subject and a whole other video for discussion.
Wow.
If the Bosnian pyramids are just misconstrued hills, nature is certainly capable of creating some amazing tricks.
That alignment
including
with True North
perfect
is pretty
block
incredible.
terraces, geometrical perfection, sacred geometry, and powerful electromagnetic surges in and around these so-called hills.
I'm fucking pilled,
If they
dude.
are
I'm
the
so
engineered
pilled.
structures they appear to be, well, it's time to
I wanna
rewrite our
go.
history books. After all, our history assumes that the human race is wiser and more advanced than ever before. But the BPS, the oldest and largest and most enigmatic pyramid in the world, seems to indicate that highly intelligent cultures may have existed in the very distant past, and that they engineered these pyramids in ways that primitive humans never could have, in ways that we are still trying to figure out. Of course, it's just easier to deny these facts than admit such an important historical discovery, that the largest and oldest ancient structure in the world was virtually unnoticed in plain sight for centuries. Let alone admit that we still know very little about its actual benefits and function. While Samir has been under constant attack by people from major institutions, we can't help but wonder why so much effort to control and stop him, since a massive hoax would simply reveal itself in time, especially when you compare it to the Egyptian directors and diggers who cannot disclose their revelations. And all Samir's research is transparent and made public. In fact, when he was accused of using this discovery for political gain, he said this: "This project should unite people, not divide them. Those pyramids don't belong to any particular nation. They're not Bosnian, or Muslim, or Serb or Croat pyramids, because they were built at a time when those nations and religions were not even in existence." He said, although tens of thousands of pyramids have been discovered across the planet, none has the construction quality or can date back as far as the ones in Bosnia. Bosnia is the original pyramid, the oldest and largest ever constructed. It's an exact 0-degree north orientation and is potentially the key to releasing information about ancient technology that can free the world of its dependence on fossil fuel, along with offering the possibility of finding astounding medical breakthroughs in the scientific community. He concludes, they've been there for tens of thousands of years and are going to remain for thousands more. Why not use this short time to discover, learn, grow, and find what they have to offer us? Thank you for watching. Please hit like if you enjoyed this video. We hope you'll subscribe, and if you'd like to be notified of future releases, just hit the bell button.
What was that dude's name? Yes, channel rules.
An oopart, or out-of-place artifact, comes in many shapes and sizes, some
Stonehenge.
clearly being or containing an anomalous object, which no matter how desperately some attempted to...
I don't know what Stonehenge is. Hammer's gonna be fucking hoax. Isn't that the fucking fundamentalist Christian guy? He's like at the Bible Museum.
discredit, the evidence is clear for all to see. This category of oopart, unsurprisingly,
I think it's like it's the type of thing that makes like everybody wrong, you know. So like everybody like is hesitant to like, recognize it, because then it's like, oh fuck, oh man. I mean, 35,000 years, it's so old that like, that's just like not in our chronology at all,
Often falls victim to theft. However, the other category actually litters the display cases of museums all over the world. These artifacts are being more easily explained away, and as such, they are often attached to a less impressive historical tale than that which was actually experienced.
Oh.
Stonehenge is probably the most iconic ancient site within Western Europe. An ancient site that, for many years, was to blame for many heated arguments between different individuals, all convinced of its past purpose. Now largely accepted to be a celestial calendar and a meeting place for many ancient people who came together at solstices to hold elaborate and purportedly promiscuous festivals. However, the true age of Stonehenge, or indeed how the stones were once balanced atop of one another, or the precise knowledge of celestial activities displayed, is still unknown. Although to those who study the many other seemingly impossible ancient feats found all over Earth, Stonehenge is clearly a relic of a far more ancient civilization than any which artifactual evidence have been found
I think it's
for.
just a bunch of rocks.
In 1808, William Cunnington, one of Britain's earliest professional archaeologists, discovered what has become known as the crown jewels of Stonehenge. They were found within a large Bronze Age burial mound, today known as Bush Barrow. Within the barrow, Cunnington found ornate jewelry, including an intricately decorated dagger. Quote, "The very finest gold work involved in the making and positioning of literally tens of thousands of tiny individually made components, each around a millimeter long and around 1/5 of a millimeter wide," said David Dawson, director of the Wiltshire Museum in Devizes, where the micro-gold working achievements are on permanent display. The amazing process involved in creating the handle of just one dagger included up to 140,000 tiny gold studs, each just 1/3 of a millimeter wide. The first stage involved manufacturing extremely fine gold wire, just a little thicker than a human hair. The end of the wire flattened to create a stud head, then cut with a very sharp razor no more than a millimeter below the head. This delicate procedure was then repeated literally tens of thousands of times. An incredible ancient artifact found near one of the most enigmatic ancient sites in the world, yet amazingly, academia continues to deny the existence of out-of-place artifacts, instead opting to explain the construction of such marvelous work by claiming it was somehow the work of children, due to their more acute sight, this regardless of the clearly controversial evidence at hand. Who created such astonishing microscopic jewelry? Were these amazing artifacts once the possession of the actual builders of Stonehenge? Incredible items that are clearly amazing ancient oparts. An unexpected discovery was recently made by a group of scientists while exploring an as-yet unmapped section of the Pacific Ocean just off the coast of Hawaii. They stumbled upon something incredibly intriguing. During the exploration of the summit of an undersea mountain around an area known as the Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument, a protected conservation area encompassing some 580,000 square miles northwest of Hawaii, researchers stumbled upon and briefly along a possibly incredibly ancient yellow brick road. It's the road to Atlantis, one scientist has quipped to the press jovially, not realizing how accurate he may one day be found to be. Quote, "Our exploration of this never-before-surveyed area is helping researchers take a deeper look at life on and within the rocky slopes of these deep ancient seamounts. Previous expeditions aboard the Nautilus research vessel have unearthed a plethora of eerie aquatic anomalies." End quote. What makes the discovery interesting is its seemingly artificial nature, appearing to indeed be the legendary yellow brick road to Atlantis, one made of bricks laid next to each other in a near-perfect fashion, many of which exhibiting 90-degree angles. Others involved in the mission have also been quick to discredit the discovery, however, claiming it is nothing other than a natural formation. Quote, "At the summit of Nootka Seamount, the team spotted a dry lakebed formation, now identified as a fractured flow of hyaloclastite rock. The remarkable brick-like divisions between the rocks are likely the coincidental result of heating and cooling stresses from multiple volcanic eruptions over millions of years." End quote. There are many ancient antediluvian ruins which have been discovered and indeed shared here upon our channel. Many so undeniably artificial that their sheer existence, due to the geological data and thusly the dating of their submersion, continue to pose historical chronology a real problem, and we feel if further investigation of this site could possibly be undertaken in the future, this explanation of it being a natural formation could one day be perceived as a dismissal of a truly ancient yet also clearly yellow brick road. Could the yellow brick road to Atlantis, just like that of the Bimini Road, one day be found to be a true road? Well, we find such possibilities highly compelling.
Bimini Road's the
Although
right age.
school curriculums, historical publishings, permitted TV documentaries, and even national museums all conform to a dreary, limited historical tale in which modern archaeology dictates all. We feel evidence to suggest that a lost civilization once lived, flourished, and built incredible as yet unexplained structures all over our planet is now overwhelming. We have endeavored to explore, unravel, and describe to the world this unimaginably enormous array of impressive, incredibly ancient feats of stone building. By doing so, we feel we have demonstrated that not only is academia severely lacking any explanation or even permitted study of these features, but that this lost civilization, before their mysterious disappearance, were clearly far in advance of our own current architectural, agricultural, and even technological knowledge. And while the world has begun to awaken to the reality of this group's past existence, we have been busy attempting to uncover just what they were building, who they could have been, and why they were clearly infatuated with the stars. It should be clear to anyone who has explored these unexplained ancient structures that a common reoccurrence among all is the inclusion of constellations, whether that be within the alignment of said builds, or indeed etched into the architecture itself. Why would a clearly highly advanced past civilization have been so obsessed with the stars? If one ponders this question, without the clouded, primitive belief-based explanations and motives academia puts forward, it is a question that becomes highly compelling. In Chioricancha, Cusco, the golden star disk once rested, once part of a large star map, although funded scholars have seemingly been unable to describe its obvious depictions. Many individual researchers have conveniently deciphered this disk with ease. The Golden Star Map, according to an Incan elder, is a map of the sky where their ancestors and Viracocha came from. It has been investigated by academics for over the last 70 years, although this research bared little fruit. Its detail was masterfully produced on one enormous hammered gold sheet, and is believed to have been a mere piece of a map once far larger. How did this ancient people know so much about the stars and the universe around us? Why were they so obsessed with stars? Were the Incas visited by beings from space? Perhaps one day we will find out. Many of you have seen the recent viral video of a paraglider flying dangerously close to the top of the Great Pyramid of Giza with his GoPro, with some astute people noting that this footage snapped hieroglyphics on the very top of the pyramid. Although many believe these sites be littered with hieroglyphs, the mainstream paradigm would have you believe that this is, in fact, a fallacy. There are no tombs, mummies, or indeed hieroglyphs to be found anywhere upon or inside the Great Pyramids. The question then is, what is this writing? Is it true hieroglyphs? And if so, what do they say? We do not condone the climbing or indeed vandalism or decisions to climb and possibly damage these astonishing and priceless relics. Yet the question remains, are these authentic? If so, why cover them up? Well, we may be able to explain why these hieroglyphs could indeed be covered up, and in addition, also back up the hypothesis that the Egyptians did not build the pyramids, but rather merely re-inhabited these astonishing ruins, adapting lost technologies discovered and unraveled within. Subsequently, using the pyramids to impress and intimidate their neighbors and convince the world they built them, not only then, but all the way into the modern era. Yet I digress. Along with this photograph of hieroglyphs corroborating the aforementioned hypothesis, we also have the array of photographs displaying casing stones, some detached, possibly due to past cataclysm, protecting stones often many hundreds of tons in weight that are clearly of a far greater age than that of what we feel are more modern yet still ancient conservation efforts we feel later undertaken on the pyramids themselves. Furthermore, in addition to the water controversy theory, which presents the evidence for Anubis Lake around what is now the Great Sphinx, the face of the Sphinx itself displays significant rain damage. Yet we feel the most compelling and supporting evidence for the pyramid's true age is the layers of salt sediment that were removed from lower chambers all over Giza during its re-excavation. This suggestive submersion would explain not only the extreme corrosion present on an older surface-level stonework, but the abrupt end of this very ancient civilization, who we posit were responsible for not only the Great Pyramids, but ruins all over the earth. How could we have varying levels of casing stones, each of a different stone, and some even of a polygonal nature, yet the stone behind be far greater eroded? How could there be hieroglyphs beneath where there would have been a capstone, if these relics were not in the condition we see them today when re-inhabited? We find such questions, and indeed the hieroglyphs themselves, highly compelling. Countless arenas, resulting in a continued academic perplexment, still litter Egypt's Giza Plateau. The pyramids, the Great Sphinx, the enormous megalithic blocks which made them, not to mention the mountain of ancient yet clearly incredibly precise, seemingly highly advanced tool marks which can still be found across the still surviving fragment of its basalt floor. 1,000-plus ton ancient singing statues, mysterious staircases cut directly into an inexplicably enormous, mysteriously concrete-like plateau, one strong enough to continue to be the foundation for the Great Pyramids themselves. The burning question then remains, who built this magnificent place? And can it be proven that, along with these structures not being the work of the currently claimed ancient Egyptians, but can be connected to countless other equally baffling ruins, a few even found in some of the most remote landmasses on Earth, proof, if there ever was, of a once highly advanced ocean-going, world-dominant, yet now lost civilization? Menkaure, as mentioned in a previous video, the smallest of the pyramids, has undeniable polygonal casing stones, masonry in the exact same style and stone as that of ancient Peruvian sites. Yet in addition to these granite blocks partly encasing Menkaure, Aswan, its quarry with its gargantuan unfinished obelisk, and indeed its temple, are yet another series of undeniable proofs as to the true identity of the original builders of ancient Egypt. Although, due to the clear similarity of the polygonal masonry, a now lost yet unique technique of placing seemingly randomly shaped stones without mortar perfectly together, with that of Sacsayhuaman, Machu Picchu, along with many other, the Temple of Aswan, when looked upon closely, possesses polygonal perfection. Created to the same level of accuracy as that of Cusco, however, we feel, due to the medium of creation being softer, that of sandstone, their abilities and accuracy in producing this lost masonry technique, which has now been identified all over the world, really shines through. Are we looking at the proof needed to not only connect the most incredible, unexplainably ancient megalithic sites worldwide? Were the pyramids, ancient Peru, Easter Island, Ethiopia, the list goes on, all built by the same lost civilization? We find the evidence to support such claim highly compelling. The Pyramid of Menkura may be the smallest of the three main pyramids of Giza, but some find this site to be one of the most intriguing to be found upon the Giza Plateau. Not only does the pyramid still possess casing stones of a polygonal style, nearly identical to that found throughout ancient Peru, and indeed now discovered globally, but it also possesses gigantic ancient megalithic blocks, exposed for all to see. These impossibly huge blocks of stone are clearly of a tremendous age, leading up to a once immaculately carved inner chamber. On the 28th of July, 1837, Howard Weiss rediscovered the upper antechamber of the pyramid. Within, the remains of a wooden anthropoid coffin inscribed with Menkura's name was found. This tomb did indeed contain human bones. However, this is now considered to be a substitute coffin. Radiocarbon dating on the bones also claimed to have determined them to be less than 2,000 years old, which, according to certain researchers, suggests an all too common bungled handling of remains from another site. Furthermore, along with polygonal masonry, an inner chamber and three tiny accompanying pyramids, known as G3A, G3B, G3C, the age of this pyramid has also not been hypothesized or narrowed down to any specific era within the ancient Egyptian Empire, making it an obscurity, and also, predictably, a lesser-known site within academic study and mainstream reporting. Who built the pyramid? Are the megaliths within the outer temple walls the same as those of the exoskeletons of the larger ancient Great Pyramids? An ancient anomaly which has been exposed mostly upon the east wing of Cheops by the removal of outer casing stones, which we have in the past reported on, along with their clearly much younger age. In AD 1196, Al-Aziz Uthman, Saladin's son and the Sultan of Egypt, attempted to demolish the pyramids, starting with Menkura. However, and rather predictably, 8 months in, they found that it was nearly impossible to destroy. Not only could they only remove 1 or 2 stones each day, when a stone fell, it would bury itself in the sand, requiring extraordinary efforts to free it. Wedges were used to split the stones into several pieces. Despite their efforts, workmen were only able to damage the pyramid to the extent of leaving a large vertical gash at its northern face. It is undoubtedly a highly intriguing pyramid.
In 1960, Freeman Dyson suggested a method for a highly advanced civilization to collect a large portion of a star's emitted solar energy. Often this concept is somewhat erroneously called a Dyson sphere, as in a solid encasing shell around a star, which Dyson didn't think was possible, but used it as a thought experiment. But the idea is much older, going back to the 1937 novel Star Maker by Olaf Stapledon. The idea as Dyson saw it was covered in his paper, Search for Artificial Stellar Sources of Infrared Radiation, link in the description below, and came on the heels of the beginnings of SETI, as laid out by Cocconi and Morrison. He felt such searches should be done concurrently with SETI, but only a few have, more on that in a minute. Anyone creating such a shell or similar structure would also have the entire interior of the shell in which to host a civilization, far more area than a planet has. A planet can only harvest so much energy and absorbs only a tiny fraction of what its parent star's total output is, so you can only put so many solar energy collectors on a planet's surface, and the planet itself can only generate so much energy. So the idea is that as a civilization advances, its energy needs grow. So eventually they need to harvest more of their star's energy and must do it with space-based collectors. More realistically, it would not likely be an outright shell, but in a large array of individual collectors or a Dyson swarm. But you never escape thermodynamics, so such structures would absorb the sunlight, but also emit it just as brightly in far infrared. That infrared excess would be visible and not normal for a star system if you saw it. One reason for it being abnormal would be the presence of heavy elements not normally visible in a star. To date, there have been several searches, and the strange thing is, most of them yielded candidates. One of the first was in 2006, using the IRAS data. Richard Kerrigan at Fermilab looked at 250,000 stars and found that Dyson sphere candidates were rare but existed. Ultimately, 17 candidates were found, with 4 being particularly interesting. However, all were deemed ambiguous. This was partly because the survey was looking only for black-body spectra at certain temperature ranges. Another Dyson sphere candidate was the infamous KIC 8462852, or TEPI star, that showed a bizarre light curve in the Kepler data that fit that of a partial Dyson sphere, but only if it were opaque, which was an open question at the time. Measurements have since shown that it was not opaque and did not absorb all wavelengths completely, meaning that it appears to be a phenomenon of some kind of dust, though it's unclear to this day what's really going on in that star system. Oddly, the search for Dyson spheres or swarms is turning out to actually be a very fruitful area of SETI, because these searches keep coming up with candidates, and now we have 2 new searches, and the plot has most definitely thickened. 2 new surveys are out, done with modern equipment, and the catalog of candidates has dramatically increased. The first search was led by Matthias Soazo, and the other, Gabriela Contardo and colleagues, using the Gaia spacecraft dataset among other instruments. Links to both papers in the description below. Both groups studied the same 5 million star overall dataset, and lo and behold, they both produced excess infrared emissions that can't be explained by known natural processes. They appear as what you would expect from Dyson spheres. In the Suazo paper, they detailed that in their search, they found 7 red dwarfs, all within 900 light-years of Earth, that had a very strange feature. Red dwarfs are smaller, dimmer, and cooler stars than the Sun, and in fact are the smallest type of actual star before getting into brown dwarfs. With these 7 stars, however, they appeared as much as 60 times brighter in infrared than what they should be producing, based on what they're emitting in visible light. That's a lot. No. And it's exactly what you would expect from the signature of a Dyson swarm, where some of the light is making it past the collectors, but the collectors are emitting in infrared. The temperature of whatever is there would be about 400 degrees Celsius, exactly what you would expect from a radiating Dyson structure. It also requires as much as 16% of the star's visible light to be blocked to account for that much of a difference between infrared and visible emissions. The second paper covered larger stars, including many similar to the Sun. The group of stars included more distant stars, up to 6,500 light-years away, and nearly 5 million of them, all type K orange dwarfs, type G stars like the Sun, and type F stars like Tabby star. This study found a whopping 53 candidates. It pays to remember, of course, that these are only candidates, and only further observation is going to yield some answers. And it has to be said that there is always a chance that there is some natural way for these stars to give off unusual emissions in infrared that no one has thought of.
Like, we just looked at this shit, like, and we're like telling ourselves for years, oh yeah, there's no Dyson swarm there, no. There's nothing like that out there. And then, like, we just, like, looked a little bit closer and we're like, oh, wait a minute. No, there's 49 candidates. Oh, damn. It's like we have this idea that, like, we're so good at, like, picking out signs of other species in the stars that we would definitely know. And I don't think we have any idea what we're looking at, like, that kind of, like, precision.
Yet. Interestingly, one thing that we know that could mimic this are types of circumstellar disks of dust. But those tend to be a matter of young stars, and none of these candidates, and indeed Tabby star, are young. They're actually mature stars that should no longer have debris disks unless there was some sort of recent collision of material in the system. But with Tabby star, it showed no infrared excess at all. It may have been below the threshold of the detector, but recent observations were done by the James Webb Space Telescope in infrared, but the results are not out yet. If it sees nothing, it would send that star into weird territory again, because it would mean that whatever the material is, it's cold. The current models of that star system are based on collisions, which the data on the dips seems to suggest. Then it likely would involve cold comets, as was proposed in the original Boyagin and colleagues' paper. Trouble is, another researcher found that it would require an implausibly high number of colliding comets in the hundreds of thousands at once to be in the system to account for it. That star still doesn't make sense. Another unsolved mystery that raises an eyebrow about Tabby star is that there were a number of other candidates found that are showing this sort of behavior. Work done by Edward Schmidt found 21 candidates for Tabby star type behavior that, like Tabby star, show no apparent periodicity and also have wild variations in the depth of the dips. All of the 21 candidates are clustered in two ways. The first is that all of the stars were very similar to Tabby star in type, meaning that there may be something we don't know about how these stars themselves behave. But if it were the stars themselves doing it, say with giant sunspots, it would go against the measurements done for Tabby star because they indicated submicron dust very clearly. To date, these stars have not been looked at to determine if dust is at fault. The second is much stranger and takes us into weird territory indeed. The candidates were found to have an overdensity, meaning that they cluster in the same general area of space, with only a few of the candidates being outliers. They also cluster in distance. That's strange, especially when coupled with the fact that they also cluster in type on the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram. Again, only further work will clarify this, but if the effect is real, then these are among the best SETI targets we have by a long shot. Of course, that does not automatically mean that alien civilizations building megastructures of some type around their stars that looks like dust in one instance would use radio strong enough for us to detect it. But that was another odd mystery with the Tabby star story. While no radio was detected at Tabby star, Radio SETI looked. There was a group that looked into potential laser emissions from a group of stars. It was part of a large sample of candidates in a broader search, and they had only one detection. It was Tabby star. They ultimately concluded it was likely an errant cosmic ray hit on their detector, but strange nonetheless. It would be interesting to see if the new candidates from the two new studies also cluster, and if they overlap with previous studies or each other as far as the candidates go. But one thing is clear. This particular area of SETI is proving to be the most successful as far as candidates, with multiple candidates appearing in each study, whereas Radio SETI only rarely finds individual good candidates that are few and far between, at least for the ones that make it through all of the filtering and procedures. A lot of interesting detections that turn out to be not good candidates we rarely hear about in that part of SETI. But the big question remains, do aliens eventually progress and develop, and are forced to search for greater energy sources? That remains unknown, and can only be answered by an unambiguous detection of an alien megastructure. If we see one, then they do, and we probably will if we survive long term. But they may not. The vastness of the universe and its realities may simply say that all aliens live within their means, eventually, simply for practical purposes, and stay at home and never turn their star systems into giant energy collectors. But it's worth a look, and in the case of optically detected potential technosignatures, this is one area that's yielding a lot of new candidates to take a further look at. Thanks for listening. I am futurist and science fiction author John Michael Gauthier, currently wondering why the sun is so angry. I saw an aurora borealis Friday night that made the American Midwest look like Iceland. It was beautiful, but dangerous to power grids and satellites, and really shows what happens when the sun reaches its maximum. And be sure to check out my books at your favorite online book retailer and subscribe to my channels for regular in-depth explorations into the interesting, weird, and
Yeah. That's what I would do. I would just live within our means. My pyramid energy grid. I love this chick.
I'll come and slide by 8 p.m. and send a text to your DM. Buy honey for your fucking hair. 200 for your fucking nails. You running out of shoes to wear, so I bought you another pair. I'll come and slide by 8 p.m.
Nice. It's a good idea. It's probably Israeli or something. This one I thought was cool. You don't like the bow staff lady? I click on some of this like videos where it's like hot in exotic locations. So it gave me the lady with the bow staff.
Recording, so you can freeze it. Look at this beveled edge. Yeah.
I don't know, Derek. Whoa. Oh, fuck.
There they are.
This dude must just go from like ancient site to ancient site. It's just like his job. Cool.
The great one.
So I can't believe I'm back in Egypt. Our tour starts tomorrow and I am so excited.
The Journal of Egyptian Archaeology by Elizabeth Boxam and Per Stormyer, specifically Journal article, Old Kingdom Basalt Quarrying Activities at Weden El Faras, is a fascinating paper which describes in exquisite detail finds made within this astonishing basalt quarry, one which we have long hypothesized would be found within Egypt, one with power tool quality extractions of this stone present throughout. Quote, the quarry of Weden El Faras was the source of basalt used mainly for paving mortuary temple floors in some of the 4th and 5th dynasty complexes. End quote. The Weden El Faras project was carried out in May 2001, and although in-depth and indeed highly compelling, it conveniently misses out the many other areas in which these basalt floors can be found, in particular, drenching the enormous foundations of the million-ton Great Pyramid, which, as we've previously shared, display in many areas clear use of high-rotation instruments, having been involved in the cutting and placing of these stones. Yet what was missing from this picture was indeed the quarry. And although, like that of the Sphinx when rediscovered, or indeed the many chambers within the Valley of the Kings, lays buried under many meters of sand, we feel, when re-excavated, it will reveal the exact same precision tool marks as that of Giza's other basalt floors. Why would a research team who stumbles upon such an impressive site not excavate it from the sand, if not for these hard-to-answer discoveries? Is it not more likely that they would ignore such factors in favor of simply recording the site's location, all of which not requiring a challenging and possibly incorrect explanation for such anomalies? We have found that this is often the strategy in regard to producing academic conclusions, especially when receiving funding from specific institutions. The weathering that can be found upon the pyramids, often clearer when in juxtaposition to more modern casing stones, is there for all to see. Although many would argue.
I mean, it's hard, it's like easier said than done, but you have to just like not think about bad things and think about good things more often. I find that works really good for me. Like something's bad, you just gotta like try not to think about that, right? Focus on like other things.
Argue that the front-facing stones were polished or chiseled to a higher precision. This would not explain the tremendous weathering or color difference, only significant rainfall would. Furthermore, the Great Sphinx, along with countless other anomalies, all indicate that not only was the entire plateau once often soaked by rainfall, but possibly once completely submerged by salt water. Yet, I digress. We will keep you posted.
It's hard to know.
Many ancient sites found all over the world can no longer be explained away with currently attested academic opinion.
Can we just see
who they say built them, why, or when they were created. The most popular of these anomalies are the ancient monuments that can be found upon the Giza Plateau. Currently explained as having been built by our copper tool-wielding ancestors a mere 4,000 years ago, somehow successfully creating some of the most precisely built and indeed enormous ancient structures found on Earth, decidedly choosing to use granite blocks many tons in weight as their building material of choice. Ironically, although these sites are somehow
the Sultan in the 12th century, and he tried to destroy the third pyramid, and all they could do was like gash that thing on the front. The part where he was talking about how they could only move like 1 or 2 blocks a day, I find that highly compelling, right? It's like very interesting that thousands of years later, supposedly, effectively the same technology levels, or perhaps even probably considerably better, right? That would have been in the Iron Age. What? AD 1200 is what? Like, I don't even know. It's like modern times almost, basically, right? And they couldn't move more than a couple blocks a day. I mean, damn, dude.
exclaimed as having been built by the ancient Egyptians, any actual, literal explanation of how this was actually done has never been provided. Not only is academic opinion severely lacking any logical understandings as to the construction of these sites, they seemingly attempt to ignore, and in some cases conceal, additional controversial anomalies they simply cannot understand. Enormous stone megaliths are hidden all over Giza, and especially around the base of the Great Pyramids. And not only were these buildings adorned with incredibly hard granite, but also basalt, a similarly tough stone, and another which would be near impossible to have hewn with mere copper implements. Known as Giza's basalt floor, it is what many people now see as the smoking gun for evidence of advanced engineering having once been responsible for the construction of the site. Amongst the remaining fragments of the basalt floor is overwhelming evidence of ancient machinery, telltale precision signatures left on many stones, suggesting high technology was responsible for the shaping of Giza's enormous stones. Cut marks that could only have been left by high-speed disc cutting, striations, precise ridges, and countless other curious features have been thankfully left upon these stones, and these surviving tool marks could one day be used to actually identify the technology once used to build the site. We now feel that the evidence to suggest that the modern attested and mass-published theories regarding the origins of the Giza Plateau, its age, and indeed its creator's past capabilities, is currently incorrect and is now overwhelming, and that it is only a matter of time before a revival of this past knowledge and indeed understandings again begins to flourish. No other ruins anywhere on our planet is surrounded with more controversy than that of the Great Pyramids of Egypt, or indeed its accompanying plateau. There are many factors to consider when it comes to Egyptology. Within academic fields, there are many no-go areas of study. Although hard work and research within permitted areas has taught us a great deal about the previous 4,000 years of the site's inhabitants, yet regardless of the most astute academic thesis, there remains three proverbially large elephants in the room. When it comes to a full or even a mere fraction of an explanation in regards to the origin of these seemingly impossibly huge pyramids remains patiently absent. No accounts, illustrations of any kind from the era exists. It is simply illogical, especially when one considers the sheer feat these structures must have been. We have presented many previous features, polygonal masonry being present on the pyramids, eroded yet younger casing stones protecting inner megaliths, clearly of a tremendous age, salt sediment found encrusting the lower chambers, and so on, suggesting not only that the pyramids are much older than currently claimed, but were pre-flood ruins. Thus, questions arise. Just how old are the Great Pyramids? In addition to our study of the pyramids, we have also, in the past, asserted that the Sphinx was originally a lion, which interestingly correlates to the following hypothesis with fascinating accuracy: the Orion theory. The coincidence with pyramids aligned with Orion's belt and other significant constellational positions. Bauval and Hancock support the theory, believing the Great Sphinx was begun in 10,500 BC, creating reference to the constellation of Leo and the orientation of the entire complex with the Nile River and even Milky Way, claimed by them as connected respectively. Zep-Tepi, using similar methodology, put the age at over 13,000 years. These are clearly astonishing proposals, but the current paradigm for their chronology, we feel, is far too short a time span, and due to our own research, which has uncovered evidence indicative of pre-flood origins, copper tools for such an accomplishment a mere insult to intelligence. Yet, thankfully, due to these various takes on events, their age remains highly contested, and, to us, a mystery, which is incredibly compelling.
Incredibly compelling. Whoa.
Giza is a literal treasure trove once lost to antiquity. Due to the sheer enormity of the Great Pyramid and its two slightly smaller neighbors, it's undoubtedly the greatest ancient wonder anywhere on Earth. A smorgasbord of mysteries drenches the plateau and beyond. Throughout Egypt, incredibly intricate, accurately carved, enormous stone megaliths and surviving temples can be found. The Great Pyramid of Cheops, which contains the claimed sarcophagus of Khufu, which would not have fitted into the structure, this regardless of how they created such enormous yet astoundingly plumb structures, set over such a large area of space and indeed with the weight of the stones used. The global alignments to these monuments also match the known speed of light. The depth of the mysteries of ancient Egypt we have only but scratched the surface of. We do not know how the pyramids were built, and we are no closer to an explanation which is logical for why they were constructed, regardless of the illogical rubbish taught today, than when rediscovered. One said mystery is yet another curiosity surrounding water, the other namely the water controversy of the erosion of the Sphinx.
The severe undulating erosion upon the walls of the Sphinx enclosure undoubtedly showed that the Sphinx had been heavily weathered, long before the Sahara became a desert. Therefore, one must suspect that it could indeed be over 9,000 years old. Not knowing exactly how much rainfall there's been in the distant past, the Sphinx could indeed be far older than this. The most notable scholarly advocates, Robert Scotch, argues that the Sphinx may be far older than 12,000 years. Robert Bauval and Graham Hancock proposed that the Sphinx may have been built around 10,500 BC, during the last age of Leo. Anthony West believes everything on the Giza Plateau testifies to an advanced, secure and long-settled civilization. Therefore, he suggests that the Sphinx may have been built not during the age of Leo, but a whole precessional cycle earlier, in around 36,000 BC, a date he feels is more in keeping with the history of Egypt as chronicled by certain Egypt kings. We fortunately know from analysis that the limestone blocks dug out from there were then used within the building of nearby Sphinx Temple. Interestingly, no other site in Egypt shows the same type or degree of erosion.
It pertains to a dusting of curious drainage systems found built into, or rather just below, original temple structures. The peculiar thing regarding the enigmatic flow chambers is not only their tiny size, as if harvesting rather than to be used for ancient drainage of precipitation. However, if indeed proven for the removal of rainwater, it would defend additional alternative historical theories regarding the posit of how the Sphinx lost its nose to rain. This pushes its date of construction, however, into an era not acceptable within modern paradigm. What were these curious channels? What were they constructed for? The channels focused upon in this video can be found protruding from beneath the north side of the Sphinx Temple. These enigmatic channels have been studied and examined by a number of Egyptologists and enthusiasts alike. The diagrams created showing inner designs of these mysterious features have shed no light on their original purpose, as if one did indeed simply perceive them as drainage systems. They are practically far too small in diameter. Additionally, this channel in particular actually angles inwards toward the temple itself, as if the creators were instead feeding fluid into the temple itself. The mystery remains unsolved, yet regardless, we find these anomalous channels highly compelling.
Highly compelling. Lords. Rewatch King One. Hmm. 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 You know the deal. Subscribe or be visited by demons. I would rather subscribe, but some people like demons. So.